we've seen just about everything so far here in Chicago. We had 70s night in game 1. We had Elvis night last night. And, well, your guess is as good as ours. This is what they've got going on here tonight. But they're expecting a pretty nice crowd. Fireworks last night for Elvis night as the Mariners and the White Sox getting set moments away from first pitch here in game number 3 of this 4-game series. Glad you could join us, as always, for Mariners baseball on Root Sports. Aaron Goldsmith, Mike Flowers, our entire Root Sports crew. And, Mike, how about we take a look now at the Mariners starting lineup tonight?
Floor manager Lloyd McClendon leading off. It'll be Ketel Marte. What a job he has done. Batting average right at .290. Kyle Seager 3 for 4 last night, including his 19th home run on the year. In the middle of the lineup, you have Cruz, Cano, and Smith. Logan Morrison getting the start at first base. He will bat 6th. The DH tonight, Mark Trumbo. Brad Miller has started at second base, third base, short, left, and center field and right. He's back out in center field tonight. He will hit 8th, and Jesus Sucre will do the catching. For Samardzija, we've talked about it. It's been a struggle for him. One of the premier pitchers in baseball, but this year a 4.75 ERA, 8-10 record overall, 134 strikeouts, 37 walks. High batting average against him. Opponents hitting .272, and he's given up 22 home runs this year. Take a look at the defense for the White Sox, brought to you by American Family Insurance. Cabrera getting the start in left field, Eaton in center, Garcia out and right. Saladino, what a night defensively for him last night. He's at third. Ramirez and Sanchez playing up the middle. Adam LaRoche, the DH last night, back at first base tonight. And Tyler Flowers will do the catching.
So Samardzija, 30 years old, went to high school nearby in Valparaiso, Indiana, pitched collegiately at Notre Dame. Comes home with the first pitch for a strike to Marte.
He has a good fastball. His fastball average is around 94 miles an hour. You'll see a slider and a split from him. Occasional changeup.
Really almost a foggy, hazy night here from Chicago, as we've had some nice weather the last couple of days. But the tarp mic on the field during batting practice, no BP for the guys today.
Not on the field. They had to hit down in the cages. That's where they had to get their work in. So no infield practice.
Good news, though, tonight starting on time.
And I think in most occasions that's fine, especially at this point in the year. But if you look at the Mariners lineup tonight, maybe the one guy that is going to be affected a little bit by it is Brad Miller. We showed all the positions he's playing. When you're playing all those different positions, and tonight he's in center field, you'd like to get some work out there before the game. That wasn't available to him today.
Hasn't been out there very much. The 0-2 to Marte. Well, tonight, game number 3 of this 10-game, 3-city road trip with an off day mixed in. Last night, the Mariners shutting out the White Sox. That was the Mariners' first shutout win since Iwakuma's no-hitter against the Orioles at home. Hard hit, line drive, and a base hit. Nice way for Marte to begin things.
And he's going to get an off-speed pitch. That's the splitter right there at 85 miles an hour. Stays on it just long enough. It's right at the bottom of the strike zone. But a solid line drive base hit for Marte.
Well, that is the 188th hit given up by Jeff Samardzija this year. That leads all major league pitchers. It's 7 more than the man we'll see tomorrow, Jose Quintana, who will start for the White Sox in the series finale.
White Sox will put the shift on with Kyle Seager hitting.
Mike, you're talking about BP in the cage instead of on the field. Much of a difference for a player?
Not at this point during the season. The guys really just want to get loose, and I don't think it makes a difference. Part of getting loose is they'll go out and take their ground balls in the infield and outfield, the fly balls. But as far as the hitting goes, they can get their work done in the cage. That's just fine.
One and one to Seager. Now, each of the games in this series so far kind of in line with how these two teams operate. They've both been close. Each game decided by 2 runs. 2-0 last night. The Mariners winning. White Sox taking game 1 4-2. Marte the single leading off of first. Seager the bunt.
Trying to take advantage of the shift. Saladino, the third baseman, was playing out towards the shortstop position. So Kyle is trying to get one past the pitcher. Easy base hit if he was able to do it.
And we've heard Kyle talk about when and where is a good time to try to drop down the bunt against the shift? Sometimes they're better than others.
Sometimes they are. I think this is a good time to try it. It's early in the ball game for Kyle. Obviously, he wants to drive the baseball. If you're even or behind later in the games, Lloyd McClendon would probably like to see him swing the bat. But early on, why not? Put some pressure on Samardzija.
Well, Samardzija's ERA, we've talked about it, 4.75. He's given up the most earned runs in the American League this year. He's coughed up the second most in baseball. Only Kyle Loesch of the Brewers, who has been taken out of their rotation and put in Milwaukee's bullpen, has allowed more. This is crack high, deep, left center. Eaton looking up, and it's gone. Home run number 20 for Kyle Seager as he's over to back-to-back ball games. The Mariners strike early. It's 2-0.
And that is the 23rd home run that Samardzija has given up this year. Kyle homering now in back-to-back games to reach 20 and give the Mariners an early lead. He gets a fastball, a little two-seamer running out over the plate. Didn't try to pull it. Went out towards left center.
High fives all the way around for Seager. Here comes Cruz. Now this has kept the trend in line for the Mariners, as every run scored by the Mariners in this series has come on the long ball, and Seager's been a big part of it. Nelson seeing his on-base streak come to an end last night as it closed at 37 games. That was the first time for Nelson not reaching base since July 18th.
And in case you missed it in the open, for Kyle Seager, 20 home runs. That's 4 years of 20 plus. No other Mariner third baseman has done that, and Kyle is going to be in this organization for a long time.
Entering tonight, Adrian Beltre had done it 3 times. Russ Davis 3 times. Jim Presley the first early third baseman for the Mariners. So it was Seager and those 3, but now Seager all by himself. 4 straight seasons of at least 20 homers. Full count to Nelson. Good to see the momentum into the final month of the season starting a little bit early for Kyle. We were talking about that somewhat last night, Mike.
We were, and it's something that I was talking to Rick Riz about it a couple of days ago on the radio side of things. Kyle, look, he's had a tough month of August. No getting around that, but it was the reason why I thought September was going to be a big month for him, and he's just decided to get started a little bit earlier. 28th of August yesterday. As we mentioned, went 3 for 4 with a home run and already a 2-run home run tonight. Hopefully that trend will continue for Kyle.
Well, Samardzija is now just 2 home runs shy of tying a career high in terms of homers allowed in a season. That's been a problem this year. And he loses Cruz. So the first 3 reach. Marte the single, Seager the 2-run shot, and now ball 4 to Cruz. So as we were talking about last night, his on-base streak comes to an end, but tonight in his first plate appearance, he draws the walk. And you can see the company. He had passed Votto. He had the longest on-base streak in the American League this year. Tulowitzki did his in the National League with the Rockies, and then Holiday at 45. And the interesting note on Holiday's on-base streak, he was actually ejected in a game late in the ball game in the 7th. Would have had a chance to extend it maybe more, but was tossed, so that closed off his streak.
One of the things that we were talking about with Iwakuma is it being important for him to get deep in the ball game today. Samardzija has thrown 18 pitches and hasn't recorded an out yet.
Hard hit on the ground and underneath the glove of LaRoche. Cruz steams to second, makes the turn. And the Mariners have runners on the corners. And an early visit by Don Cooper, the pitching coach.
Another off-speed pitch up and in the middle of the plate. That was the scouting report that we'd been given by about Samardzija. Too many pitches elevated and in the middle of the plate. It's been a tough month of August for him. He's lost all 5 games so far in August. In trouble here in the first inning.
Cruz, who walked now at third next to Rich Donnelly. Well, Samardzija has never lost 5 starts in a row until this current run that he's on.
I have to wonder, when you're getting towards the trade deadline, his name came up a lot, and I wonder if he was expecting to get moved. That did not happen. Still here in Chicago, obviously, and if that affected him, because his last 5 games have not been good for him, and that's since the deadline.
Now facing a left-handed hitter in Smith. Although Samardzija's splits are dead even. 272 against righties, 272 against lefties.
That's a high batting average against him.
You mentioned the trade deadline, and it's interesting when you look at the record kind of week by week for the White Sox. Leading up to the deadline of the 31st, they had won 7 straight games all on the road, and all of a sudden the White Sox kind of shifted from, well, maybe we're not sellers. They were in the mix, and the wild card is this is lifted high. Eden has the space, though. Cruz ready to go at third base. He tags, comes down the line, and the Mariners add another run. Sac fly by Seth Smith. It's 3-0 Mariners. And that is the first out of the first inning. That leadoff walk comes, that walk to Cruz comes all the way around to score after the single and then the homer. He has really been roughed up in the first. His ERA over 7.5 in the first inning this year.
Well, that's what we were hoping the Mariners would do, is take advantage of that. Logan Morrison going to step in. Logan had a good night last night. He was 2 for 4. So hopefully he can build off of that.
After the White Sox won those 7 straight games leading up to the deadline, since July 31st, including that date, the Sox have gone 11-16. For Samardzija, he's making his 3rd career start against the Mariners. They've all come in a different uniform. We saw him with the Cubs. We saw him last year with the A's. Overall, he's pitched well entering tonight in the previous 2 starts against the Mariners. 8 innings last year, 3 runs. 7 innings, 2 runs the year before. And interleague play with the Cubbies. .23 pitches to get 1 out so far.
And he's thrown strikes, 16 strikes, but a lot of them in the middle of the plate.
One and 2 to Lomo. Mike, you mentioned earlier that if you look at the numbers on Samardzija, his fastball velocity on average has gone down 1 mile an hour from 95 last year to 94 this year. How big of a difference is 1 mile an hour?
I think when you talk averages, it doesn't sound like much, but if his average fastball at 95 is sitting there from last year, that lets you believe as a hitter that at times he's going to rush it up there at 97. You're going to see 97. At 94, you probably don't have to worry about that velocity.
Now Flowers set a high target, and Samardzija got exactly what he wanted.
And so it gives you more time. You don't feel that you have to cheat at all or get started early as a hitter. 97 that's a special fastball, but you get below 95, especially in today's game. These guys see that every day, so it's not as big a deal. Now 1 mile per hour on the average side of it makes a difference, I think.
2 outs, Cano at first base. He singled to right. It brings in Trumbo. Saw his 9-game hitting streak snapped last night. Hard hit, but foul. Samardzija approaching 30 pitches in this first inning. And Mike, the Mariners have fouled off 9 of them.
That's exactly what you want to do, battle them.
Caught looking. That'll be it for the Mariners. Back-to-back strikeouts for Samardzija to end the top of the first. But Seager, the 2-run blast out to left center. And then a sac fly by Seth Smith. 3-0 Mariners. Well, we'll call it a classic rock night here this evening from U.S. Cellular Field. Mariners have taken an early 3-0 lead. It's the third game of this 4-game series against the White Sox. We'll see what they have in store for us tomorrow, Mike.
Looking forward to it.
Here is Iwakuma, and Mike trying to bounce back from a rough start his last time out.
A tough outing against the A's in his last one. Again, for him, the big key, I think, is typically his fastball command is pretty good, but he has to get his off-speed pitches down in the zone. His last time out against Oakland, 4 2/3, 7 earned runs for Iwakuma.
Starts Adam Eaton off with ball 1. July was really a good month for the White Sox. It was their only winning month so far this year. They're 11-15 now in August. 4th in the Central, 18.5 games behind the Royals, who are more than running away with things.
Big key, maybe the difference in the 2 games, the White Sox winning the first game, the Mariners winning last night, as this guy at the plate. Eaton was on base 4 times in game 1, scored 3 runs. Last night he was 0 for 4.
And last night it extended to Abreu as well. Last night Abreu was batting second. We'll see him back in his usual spot, batting third tonight.
One of the better hitters, Abreu, in the American League, and so when you face him, you'd like to face him without anybody on base, and Mariner pitching last night did an excellent job of that.
Iwakuma making his first start against the White Sox since last August. It's his first here at U.S. Cellular Field since April of 2013. Overall, he's pitched well as a starter against the White Sox. 4 earned runs over 23 innings for an ERA just barely over 1.5. Brad Miller comes in. Makes it look pretty easy as Eaton is out number 1 to his counterpart.
And for manager Robin Ventura, following Eaton, it'll be Saladino. When there's the DH night, Jose Abreu. You want to be careful with him. 24 home runs on the year. Cabrera, Garcia, and LaRoche hitting in the middle of the lineup. Ramirez going to hit 7th. He had a couple of hits in last night's ball game. Sanchez and Flowers round out the 9. And for Iwakuma on the year, 5-3 record, a 4.29 ERA, 68 strikeouts, just 14 walks. Opponents hitting .233 against Iwakuma. And we're having an issue with Sucre at home plate. Lloyd McClendon came out of the dugout. Now Rick Griffin, head trainer for the Mariners, taking a look at him. And when they look at the hand, typically that's from the bat. Maybe a follow through on a swing that ended up getting him. And we'll take a look at it. That's what it was, the bat, barrel of the bat. And Eaton, you'll see him turn around. He could feel it. He knew he ended up hitting him. Lloyd McClendon saw that right away. He was out of the dugout in a hurry.
Well, if you're Lloyd, you don't exactly want to force your rookie who's yet to make his big league debut and John Hicks into action like this.
No, you're absolutely right, but it looks like Sucre, he's fine and is going to stay in the game.
That's good to see.
Take a look at the rest of the defense for the Mariners. Smith on the left field. Miller, as you saw in center. Cruz in right. Seager, the third baseman. Marte and Cano playing up the middle. Logan Morrison had a good year defensively at first base. And as you just saw, Jesus Sucre will do the catching and stay in this ball game after being hit by the bat.
And steps Saladino, the third baseman. Saladino, a rookie, 26 years old, made his big league debut earlier this year in July. Goes around to make it 0-2.
You mentioned John Hicks called up to the big club here in Chicago. I think there's a pretty good chance he'll get a start tomorrow. Edgar Olmos is going to get the start for the Mariners. He's caught him down in the minor leagues, familiar with him. That would be a good place to put him in the ball game.
3 pitches, all strikes. Saladino retired. First punch out for Iwakuma.
And we'll take a look at it. You can see Sucre with the high target. He wants a high fastball, something that Iwakuma is really good at. He will throw it right at the top of the strike zone or just a little bit above it and get a lot of swings at that pitch.
2 up, 2 down. That brings in Jose Abreu, who saw his 8-game hitting streak coming to an end last night. Hitting back in his usual number 3 spot this evening. Mike, we saw that first out go to Miller. Safe to say that one of the more interesting storylines for the Mariners over the final month of the season is to see where all exactly Miller ends up playing, and if there's a place that becomes more of a consistent home for him, or if they're going to continue to kind of spread things out like they have recently.
I think that probably for the rest of this year, Brad is going to find himself in the lineup a lot, but he's going to play a lot of different positions. You can see 6 different positions. I'm sure he will not catch. Hopefully we will not see him pitch, but outside of that, he can play any other position on the field. Now, that being said, I think going into spring training next year, there's probably a pretty good chance they'll try to find a regular home for him.
A lift to Cruz. Easy play there. Side retired in order by Iwakuma. We're through the first inning here on the south side of Chicago. Mariners have the early lead. nights at Safeco Field. Join us for our next event on Saturday, September 12th, where students will enjoy extended happy hour pricing and tickets for only $12. Stop by mariners.com/college for tickets. Rockies coming to town. Interleague play at Safeco Field. Brad Miller will lead things off in the top of the second. First 4 Mariners hitters of the game reached. It was highlighted by Seager's 2-run shot. Miller off last night. Mike, we were talking about the different positions that Brad has played, 6 of them, and maybe it's different from guy to guy how, especially when those positions are new, like all of them are for Brad. If there's any carryover there offensively, you got so much going through your head when you're out on the field.
I think it's a good point, and it really, I think, depends on the individual.
Down on strikes. That's the third punch out for Samardzija as we take a look at our Coors cold hard facts. And as you take a look, really roughed up. 5 starts in August. He lost all 5, an ERA an even 9. The opponent's average at .331. The OPS at nearly 1,000. He has not gone through this kind of a struggle in his career ever. One out, it brings in Sucre. Off the plate to make it 2-2. It's good to see the Mariners get 3 runs early against Samardzija. It's been a rough go this year for the Mariners against right-handed pitching, batting .239 against righties. That's the lowest in the majors. Only the Rays have scored fewer runs against right-handers. But the Mariners got to Samardzija right away. And now Sucre a full count. Marte on deck. Began the ball game with a single. And he gets Sucre swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts, this time the fastball. Well, our condolences to all back home. Nearly 400,000 without power, mics, and really serious windstorms. And for those of you that have been able to join us tonight, maybe at a friend's house, maybe a local establishment of some kind, hope everything is all right back home, and glad you can join us.
Yeah, it was a tough day, unexpected day, too. And I know I had to check in on my family a number of times. We lost our power for a little while. Fortunately, they're one of the fortunate ones to get it back, but a tough day back home.
Marte jumps out the first pitch, Eaton's way, and the side sat down in order. So the Mariners 3 runs in the first and a 1-2-3 second. They go to the bottom of the second inning. Mariners on top. First, he'll face the middle of the order here in the White Sox second. And it begins with switch hitting left fielder Melky Cabrera. Cabrera making a somewhat rare cameo, cleaning up in this one tonight. And hardly ever hit in the number 4 spot in his career. This is 11th season until this year. He's hit there almost 30 times this season.
Well, he was one of the few White Sox last night to have a good night. He had a couple of hits, including a double in last night's ball game.
One and one. Iwakuma made quick work of the White Sox in the first inning. A couple of fly ball outs. Struck out Saladino on a fastball. And he's ahead of Cabrera.
And I'm sure for the White Sox, they've had their struggles this year, and scoring runs has been one of them. I'm pretty sure that they didn't expect that to happen. When you have Eaton at the top of your lineup, we both appreciate him as a player. Abreu, you add Cabrera to it. Garcia, you would think, would take some strides forward.
It's a swing and a miss there. High fastball from Iwakuma. That's the second strikeout. Well, Mike and I, our entire Root Sports crew, would like to welcome KPU ComVision subscribers from Ketchikan, Alaska. Big thanks for rooting on the Mariners, and from all of us at Root Sports and the Mariners, we certainly appreciate you tuning in. Ever been to Alaska, Mike?
I have not. Have you?
And that's on the list, though. That's got to happen in an off season. Seems like a lot of stuff to do there.
There is, but you seem more of a cruise kind of guy. Take a cruise up to Alaska.
I've heard about the Alaska cruises.
Yeah.
Hard hit line drive to left. And Smith will have to play it off the breadbasket. So after the strikeout, Garcia, the first base runner, the first hit tonight for Chicago.
And a good play by Seth Smith in left field. The ball was hit hard. He thought maybe he had a chance. Had a pretty good break on it. Decided he wasn't going to be able to get to it, but he puts his body in front of it. And for most of the day today, there's been some rain, so the ball will skip on you. So a good job by Seth to keep it in front of him, hold him to a single.
That brings in LaRoche. It's been a tough year for LaRoche. You can see the numbers there. Batting just a little bit above 210. And they're facing a righty tonight.
And when he's been in the lineup, the Mariners will put the shift on. He likes to pull the ball. Kyle Seager, the third baseman, over on the right side of the infield.
LaRoche last night went hitless. In fact, LaRoche has had one of the worst home batting averages in baseball this year. He's hitting beneath 190 at home. Only 4 home runs here in Chicago. In a ballpark that would favor a left-handed hitter with some pop. You can see the numbers here. A long way to run here for Marte.
For Adam LaRoche, he is your typical left-handed hitter. When you look at him, he stands straight up. He likes the ball down. Anything down and in is where he's going to do his damage. And you can see last couple of pitches, especially last one, the fastball by Iwakuma, was able to throw it middle in, but more importantly, it was at the top of the strike zone, and it was a late swing.
One out, one on. Iwakuma ahead. Late one, hopper gobbled up by Seager. Marte on to first. And the double play. Iwakuma gets out of the second. An impressive start there by Seager, looking like the second baseman of old. Swing from Kyle Seager. I'll round up the guys and head to Safeco Field Saturday, September 12th for EQC Guys Night Out. You can pick up a ticket, a drink voucher, and a Mariners cap with a built-in bottle opener for only $35. These specially priced tickets are available, as always, at mariners.com/guys. Kyle Seager to lead things off in the top of the third inning. It was Kyle who started the, well, Mike, what's becoming more typical, the 5-6-3 double play from the second baseman's position.
Tricky hop, too, but he was able to field it cleanly over on the right side of the diamond. White Sox have the shift on with Kyle hitting. And I thought it was interesting. It's funny how things work out in this game sometime, but they had the shift on, and we were talking about when is a good time for Kyle to bunt and not bunt, and Kyle tried to drop down a bunt because of the shift. It went foul. Fortunately, it went foul, because it was just a couple of pitches later that he ended up hitting his 20th home run on the year, a 2-run homer.
A ball and 2 strikes. Hard hit liner, but he hooks it foul.
That looked like a cut fastball. He will use his cutter, try to throw it in on the hands of the left-handed hitter. The last pitch right on the inside corner.
You look at the repertoire this year for Samardzija: the fastball, the cutter, a slider, a splitter. Everything's getting knocked around pretty hard except for that splitter. Opponent's hitting nearly .290 against the cutter. And I mentioned the struggles for Samardzija. This is not the year that he wants to do what he has done lately. He's a free agent at the end of the season. This is hit right on the screws, and it drops in. Well, in front of Garcia. Seager slams on the brakes. Will settle for a single.
92-mile-an-hour fastball again on the inside corner. I think it jams Kyle a little bit, but he's able to get over the second baseman's head, Sanchez. You can see how deep out into the outfield he was playing. Kyle with a big turn. You saw Garcia slipping a little bit in the outfield. Again, it's been raining here all day.
That's one thing you don't think about when you see the tarp on the field all day long. You figure everything's fine, but the outfield takes a lot of water, especially the side where the tarp gets dumped. 0-1 to Cruz.
Well, and this field, I can tell you, it drains well. There's no issues with that, but the turf is still going to be soft out there. Can't get around that. So if you're a base runner, if you get a base hit, you want to run hard and make the outfielders make a play, because they may slip and fall.
Cruz walked and scored back in the first. He came home on the sac fly by Seth Smith. Nelson entering tonight batting .317. He's a home run shy of number 40. He leads baseball in homers, as for some time. Cruz and Bryce Harper, the only 2 men in the game to hit at least 30 bombs and be hitting above 300. Last year, the only 2 men that did that, one of them's in this game, Jose Abreu of the White Sox in his rookie season, and Victor Martinez of the Tigers. You don't see it often. There you can see Abreu having another good year this season, batting .294. A lot of power, too.
In Nelson's first 2 at bat, Samardzija staying with the cut fastball and the slider, really trying to keep the ball away from him. Last 3 pitches well off the plate away.
Last time the Mariners saw Samardzija, it was only his second start with the A's after being traded over well before the deadline last season from the Cubs over to Oakland. Faced Felix in that night. Samardzija was one of so many moves that Billy Beane of the A's made to try to get to the postseason. A's could not get out of the wild card, lost to the Royals. And then Samardzija coming over to the White Sox. We just saw Marcus Semien at home, the shortstop for the A's. That was part of the deal that brought Semien to Oakland. And with Samardzija going from the Bay Area here to the Windy City. And he gets Cruz chasing a pitch outside. That's 5 strikeouts now for Samardzija. Take a look at our CenturyLink What's Next. Edgar almost making his first career big league start. He's made 4 appearances out of the bullpen. He'll be opposed by Jose Quintana on a nice roll. In his last 17 starts, 15 of them have been quality starts. He is the king of the no decision. Leads baseball in that category since 2012. There you can see Olmos and Mike. He's very excited about joining the rotation tomorrow.
You can understand why. And you saw his numbers out of the bullpen, as you mentioned, pitched well, did not give up an earned run. Opponents hitting just 192 off him. His last outing, they stretched him out to over 50 pitches. So I think he will be excited about it. And John Hicks just called up. Probably will do the catching tomorrow afternoon as they sit together. Probably going over the White Sox lineup. I have a feeling the Mariners battery tomorrow is going to be a little bit nervous at the start of the game. Might be a tough night sleeping.
That's probably a fair point.
Almost in there for sure. If Hicks is in there tomorrow, it'll be his major league debut. So
Hicks, 25 years old, former 4th-round draft pick by the Mariners. 1-1 to Robbie. And if that does turn out to be the battery tomorrow for the Mariners, despite some nerves, it has to be comforting for the two of them knowing each other so well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
This is hit hard towards the pole in right field, and it just bangs off the wall. Seager steams in. Here comes the throw. The tag. He's safe. 4-0 Mariners.
And a really good slide by Kyle Seager. Cano just missing a home run. It was a hooking line drive, and I think that's the reason why he ended up in the middle of the fence, because he barrels it up. Trying to go back in on his hands, didn't quite get it there. Pretty good relay by the White Sox, and a strong throw to home. A little bit high might be the difference. Watch Kyle go straight in, catch that front corner before he's able to get the tag down. And it looks like Robin Ventura wants him to take a look at it. Might be that Kyle's foot was in the air. You can see him on a slide. His foot will hit the ground just before the plate, and then it bounces up in the air.
And this is a topic, Mike, that we've talked about off and on this year, because at least casually among baseball people, there's conversations about whether or not a rule should be made that if your foot is hovering over the plate, that should count. Because tell us, that is such a hard slide to make, to keep your foot on the plate.
To keep it flat down onto the ground. I think right there you can see Kyle, if you will, he definitely broke the plane of the plate right there before he was tagged. And I think you're asking a lot with that plate being so close to the ground and flat even to the ground, to try to expect a base runner to actually scrape his foot on there when he's sliding in is asking a lot. So, and if you catch a spike a little bit like Kyle did right there, it's going to make that foot pop up in the air. There's nothing you can do about that.
see his front foot doesn't come down until after he crosses the plate, or after his foot crosses the plate.
It was good aggressive base running, a good slide by Kyle, straight in slide. Unfortunately, his foot did pop in the air, so we'll see what they have to say about it. But I think that if you break that plane, that should be good enough.
Almost treat it like a goal line in football in that regard.
It's because it's just, we see it all the time, and I'm not sure how fair that is.
Meanwhile, 31st double of the season for Cano. Hoping that it is an RBI double. You mentioned the straight in slide, Mike. Oftentimes we'll see a base runner try to kind of curl his way in there as he's out. And that's what it looked like on the video. You can see why they make that ruling based on what the rules are, but that's tough.
What the rules are, they just made the right call.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's why Kyle went in straight. You can see the high throw, and he felt he had enough speed to get to the plate before he was able to tag him, which he did. Unfortunately, his foot did pop up in the air, and Flowers, the catcher, was able to keep the tag on him all the way through the play, and that was the difference in it.
It turns out to be out number 2. And here is Seth Smith.
I think the other thing that it may do, Aaron, is maybe even take that slide out of the equation, because it's a lot easier for guys. You'll see them slide a little bit wide of the plate and reach back and put their hand on it. You're not going to miss it with your hand, but to get your foot on there, we've seen it a number of times this year, that play.
It's happened to the Mariners. It's happened against the Mariners. We've seen it on both sides.
Right, on both sides.
The double with 2 outs now. Smith lifted a sac fly deep to center field of the first inning. That was the first run scored in this series by the Mariners that did not come on a homer. And he's behind 1-2. Samardzija has 5 strikeouts. In fact, he struck out 4 in a row at one point. The final 2 outs of the first and the first 2 outs in the second. As Samardzija tries to settle down after a rocky first, the Mariners really got to him. We mentioned Samardzija's splitter. He said that that's a pitch that he's thrown ever since he was young. He just never could quite get the hang of a changeup, and with his enormous wide receiver type hands, the splitter came a little more naturally to him. We've seen them break that out from time to time already tonight. Now 60 pitches for Samardzija. Former All-American wide receiver at Notre Dame. As oh boy, you can see the skies have opened up a little bit. You can see the rain there by Smith. Fans will start to take cover. Looks like the witness protection program right there. They are really hiding out as everybody's trying to go towards the concourse. And this is the first rain that we've seen since maybe about an hour before first pitch or so. Maybe more like 30 minutes. The double stands at second, 2 outs. Good shot of it there. That's tight and a fair ball. Cano makes a turn easily. He scores standing as Garcia watches that rattle around. And it's back-to-back doubles for the Mariners. This one brings in Cano. And it's now 4-0 Seattle.
Pretty good battle, but on the 7th pitch, he gets it up and in the middle of the plate. Keeps it just fair down the line. So the Mariners already with 3 extra base hits in this game off of Samardzija.
Second RBI tonight for Smith. 2 outs, a man at second for Logan Morrison. Although the numbers lately have been better for the Mariners with runners in scoring position, that was their first hit in this series with a man at second or third. The first 2 games they were 0 for 17. I mentioned how the home run ball was how they had scored their runs the first 2 games, so that was good to see from Smith for a number of reasons. White Sox starters of the first 2 games. Danks last night, Rodon in game 1. Both spun quality starts against the Mariners. And Samardzija now with 4 runs against his line. All earned, not a chance for that tonight.
And as he works here in the 3rd, he's had to throw a lot of pitches, 66 pitches.
And they've fouled off 21 of them.
Well, you can see 50 strikes out of the 66 pitches.
Two and 2 to Lomo. Lomo had more at bats than anybody else on the Mariners against Samardzija entering tonight. Good numbers against the right-hander. 4 for 12, a couple of homers. No doubt during his time in the National League with the Marlins. When Samardzija was with the Cubs. Another foul ball, still 2 and 2. Smith doubled right behind Cano's double. That brought Robinson in from second base. Another high pop up straight back.
And Logan continues to add to the pitch count. You're talking about the foul ball. 7 pitches in this at bat.
This next pitch for Samardzija will be number 31 in this inning.
And number 70 for the ball game. 28 in the 1st.
Really starting to rain harder. We knew the forecast coming into tonight would be some scattered thunderstorms. It's not like this is one huge cell that is on its way for a long time, but wrong place to be right now. There's Welke, the crew chief. we saw Lomo trying to apply a little more grip to that bat in between pitches. It just continues.
And I can tell you, for Samardzija, getting a little bit frustrated by the at-bat with all the pitches, and now he's thrown 10 pitches to Logan Morrison in this at-bat, and he's aware that his pitch count was already high.
So now Lomo has fouled off 6 of these 10 pitches. Number 11 coming up. And he lost him. Lomo wins that battle. An 11-pitch plate appearance. Lomo at first. Don Cooper will pay a visit. Second time we're seeing him. Well, it's time now for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag RTNWDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
And I'm wondering if that trip out to the mound was more a case of just trying to give him a little bit of a breather, throwing a lot of pitches in this inning, a long at bat to Logan Morrison before he ended up walking him. It's 11 pitches in that at bat.
And he just saw a shot of the grounds crew, wondering if their number might be called soon. 2 outs, 2 on. A run in already this inning for the Mariners. A double by Smith to bring in Cano. The Mariners had a run taken away on a challenge by Ventura. Seager was called out at the plate after originally being ruled safe. Second time up for Trumbo. Smith at second, Lomo at first. Another slider to center, and Eden is there to make the catch. So the Mariners strand 2, but they get a run, and through 2.5, the Mariners lead it 4-0. Well, Tom, that explains the smile on the face of Ryan Divish today, as he was pretty locked in. The Grizz beginning things. Big win. Bottom third of the order due up facing Iwakuma. Begins with Ramirez, the shortstop.
Iwakuma, just the opposite of Samardzija, who's had to throw a lot of pitches. Iwakuma throwing just 20 pitches to get through the first 2 innings.
And he has not been able to have a whole lot of rhythm except for when he's gone 1-2-3, 1-2-3, because Samardzija has taken tons of time.
He was in the dugout for a long period of time.
He'll take the 4 runs. Ramirez with the most at-bats against Iwakuma of anybody in the lineup for the White Sox. He's 1 for 11 lifetime, then 1 hit a double.
Had a couple of hits in last night's game, 2 for 7 in the series.
Soft pop up. Sucre fights for some space. Past Ramirez and makes the catch. Now the next BECU family night is set for Tuesday, September 8th, when the Mariners take on the Rangers. Each member of the family can purchase select U-level seats for one low price. To secure your savings, log on to Mariners.com and buy your BECU family night tickets today. Rangers right now right in the thick of the wild card. They hold the second wild card spot right behind the Yankees. One out, that brings in Sanchez, the switch hitting second baseman. And in between innings, we saw the grounds crew coming out, applying some diamond dry to the hill, trying to make sure that that area stays dry, in particular for Iwakuma and for Samardzija. The left center, Miller on the sprint, lays out, can't get it. Extra base is Sanchez. Smith plays it off the base of the wall. First extra base hit tonight for the White Sox.
Slicing line drive out to left center field. Brad Miller in center field was shading him that way. Out of his reach by about a foot, but you can see how wet the grass is out there in the slide that he just made.
The slip and slide here in Chicago.
Yeah, that's a uniform change in between innings.
So Sanchez at second with a 1 out. It brings in Flowers, the catcher, batting ninth. Miller's way, angling back, right there, and he makes the catch. Sanchez tags, hustles into third. Miller plays it well. 2 outs.
Take another look at Brad Miller out in center field again. Didn't have the opportunity to work out today because of the rain. Makes the catch. The thing I like is he's able to get the ball back in quickly, and he hits his cutoff man with the base runner tagging going to third.
Sanchez at third. 2 outs, back to the top of the order. Here is Eaton. Eaton signing a 5-year extension in spring training, and if the club options are picked up, he'll be here in Chicago through the year 2021. Former 19th round draft pick taken by Arizona. That gets away from Sucre, and Sanchez stays put. Boy, he was far off the bag but went back.
Probably a good idea. Sucre was able to get the ball, and it wasn't very far from home plate. When you're at third, it's tough to tell how far away it is. You can see the angle he's on. Sucre blocking the ball. But when he saw him slow down, he decided not to go. Down 4 runs, probably a smart decision.
First time the White Sox have had a runner in scoring position tonight. Only their second base runner against Iwakuma. And he's behind 3-0. First 3-ball count tonight from Iwakuma. As it looks like the rain has let up at least a little bit. And he loses Eaton. That's a rare 4-pitch walk from Iwakuma. That brings in Saladino. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Saladino 0 for his last 14. Saladino spending almost all of his minor league career at shortstop, but has played almost exclusively at third base here in the big leagues. Connor Gillespie was the third baseman last year for the White Sox and for a good chunk of this season, but was traded to the Angels when David Freese broke his finger. Has been on the disabled list. Freese looking like he might be coming back to the Angels in about a week's time. Saladino has taken over on the hot corner. Mike played pretty well from what we've seen.
No, he has. And last night I thought he had a really good game defensively over there. But as you mentioned, moving over from shortstop, that's a fairly easy transition.
Tying run on deck for the White Sox. And that is Abreu. See some encouragement there from pitching coach Rick Waits. And Iwakuma trying to buckle down here with 2 outs and 2 on. Sanchez the double now at third base. Eaton the walk. He's at first. Still 2-2. This is the first real trouble Iwakuma's been in so far tonight. A 1-2-3 first and a 1-2-3 second.
And this is really the guy that he wants to get. You have Abreu waiting on deck, and with a 4-run lead, you don't want to face him with runners in scoring position.
Here comes a 2-2.
Was able to elevate that fastball. They were able to strike him out in the first inning, and it was on an elevated fastball, but on the inside corner, which is where Sucre was set up, but that one out over the plate.
Sanchez leading off with third. Eaton at first. Again, the 2-2 and a full count. Now, Iwakuma 20 pitches to get the first 6 outs of the ball game tonight, the first 2 innings, and has now tossed 20 pitches here in the third. another walk. And now the bases are full for Jose Abreu, who represents a tie and run.
Yeah, you can see Rick Wade's watching closely. He knows what's going on, and it will be Abreu walking up to the plate.
A walk to Eaton on 4 pitches, only the second 4-pitch walk of the season for Iwakuma. And then a walk to Saladino. Here is Abreu.
Really an unbelievable thing for Iwakuma to walk back-to-back hitters.
You're right.
Abreu flew out to right field his first time up.
Kuma needs just one more out to get this game into the 4th. And he starts him off low.
Well, for Iwakuma, he has the ability to throw a breaking ball for a strike here. I'm not sure this is a time when you want to give in to him and give him a fastball to hit.
1 grand slam this year, 2 in his career. Good speed on the bases for the White Sox. There's strike 1.
Abreu helped him out a little bit. That pitch down out of the strike zone.
This is the first time since Thursday night that Abreu has stepped into the batter's box with runners on. To center, to Miller. Has a beat on it. Brad right there, and there's out number 3. Exactly what Kuma needed. He leaves him loaded. It's a long, loud out, but Abreu retired. Sports is brought to you by Clearwater Casino Resort. So many reasons to come out and play. And by BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. Glad to have you with us on a drizzly night here from the south side of Chicago. Aaron Goldsmith, Mike Flowers, our entire Root Sports crew. As Brad Miller will lead things off against Jeff Samardzija. And you can see here, Mike, 75 pitches to the first 3 innings. He's never done that before until tonight.
Mariners have fouled off a number of pitches along with scoring 4 runs. They have 3 extra base hits off of him. He's really had to work hard. Samardzija waiting on the grounds crew right now.
It has been raining steadily for at least the last 20 minutes. At times harder than others. It's picked up a little bit. Strike one to Miller. Pop up out of the infield. Saladino.
Trouble.
This is tough. Base hit. Miller in at second. That's a tough angle.
I think that might have been a situation where Melky Cabrera assumed it was going to be a foul ball, gave up on it. And a really tough play for Saladino, the third baseman. The wind blows it back towards the field of play, and he never gets a glove on it. That'll be a double for Brad. Good look at it in our Alaska Airlines Supermo.
And you can see the late break, the late adjustment there from Saladino. Miller in scoring position for Sucre.
See if he can move him along, get him over to third.
Mariners 3 runs of the first and another run of the third. As Samardzij's August woes have continued early on tonight. Back towards Samardzija. Can't put a glove on it. Sucre is out at first. Sanchez covering. LaRoche stays with it.
Well, the dugout's going to take a quick look at it. I think they thought maybe he pulled his foot off the bag. And it looks like it's fine. Good bunt by Sucre. Yeah. He's able to keep his toe on there.
Right call brings in Marte.
White Sox have their infield in.
Will not take a hit from Marte to bring home the 5th run tonight for the Mariners. Behind 0-2. Really, with the exception of the second, when Samardzija threw just 11 pitches, went 1-2-3 with a couple of strikeouts. The Mariners have had a runner in scoring position threatening Samardzija each inning.
Well, it was one of the keys to the game tonight with the struggles he'd had, losing the last 5 games with a high ERA of 9. You didn't want to let him settle in. The Mariners did a good job of that. Marte starting things with a base hit, and of course Seager a 2-run homer right out of the gate before he was even loose. And that's what you want to do with a pitcher that's struggling.
Because it's, for as much as Samardzija is struggling, we know that what he can do when he is right. Two and two.
And that's exactly right, Aaron, because you don't want him to gain confidence early in the game, and then all of a sudden you get the guy who has the reputation
right.
it is. So it was a good job by the Mariners to jump on him right away.
Infield still in with Miller at third. He doubled. Full count. Seager 2 hits tonight, the 2-run shot, then a single. Again, the 3-2. Well, this has been
another foul ball.
That's the 28th foul ball tonight against the margin.
That will add to your pitch count.
And your frustration level.
Yeah, 86 pitches with one out here in the fourth.
Time called. Towards the corner. Cabrera near the line. Makes the catch. Here comes Miller. Brad hustling home, and he's in standing. 5-0 Mariners. Second sacrifice fly tonight.
Really good at bat by Marte. Battled him the whole way. Had to foul off a number of pitches, but was able to get the job done. One of the better fastballs we've seen, 95 miles an hour, middle away. Hits it down the left field line. It looked as if it was a fair ball. Good job by Brad Miller to run hard. Melky Cabrera has a good throwing arm in left.
Awfully good work there by the rookie. First pitch inside to Seager. That kind of has been a trend, a theme that we're seeing from Marte. It's still early, but he is approaching, maybe not every at bat, Mike, but the vast majority of at bats like a guy who's been at this level for longer than he has.
Well, the thing that you have to like, obviously he's had really nice success since he's been called up and done a lot of things well, but in that leadoff spot, the one thing that I've noticed from him, and this is on both sides of the plate, he knows the strike zone. He has a really good idea of the strike zone. It's very rare that we've seen him chase pitches out of the zone. Well, Seager trying to add to his night. Kyle having a good night, 2 for 2 with a home run. Now 20 home runs on the year. That's 4 years in a row for him with 20 or more. Got 25 last year.
Away from the shift. Saladino. And that'll do it. The Mariners, though, add another run. They've tagged Samardzija for 5 as we go to the bottom of the fourth. To our Columbia Bank difference of the game, and Mike, we look at the scoring summary for the first inning. It was Marte the leadoff single, and then Seager another home run.
With Kyle, his 20th home run on the year. He's homered in back-to-back ball games. We talked about it with Kyle having a tough month of August. He certainly seems to be out of that with 2 more hits today. Seth Smith having a really good evening as well. Sacrifice fly to drive in a run. Seth has 2 RBIs in this one.
Able to bring home Cruz, who walked. Mariners getting 3 runs in the first, a run in the third, another run in the fourth. And Iwakuma really got out of a jam in the bottom of the third inning. He had the bases full with 2 outs facing Abreu. Back-to-back walks and got Abreu to fly out about as deep as you can go to center field.
Well, and every now and then you have to catch a break. And for Iwakuma, putting himself in trouble, walking back-to-back batters, which we rarely see from him. And then he ends up on a 2-1 pitch, throws a fastball in the middle of the plate to Abreu, but he jams in just enough to where Brad was able to make the catch right in front of the warning track.
And for Miller, he's seen plenty of activity in center field already tonight, still early.
And the other part of that is we saw him try to make the diving catch in left center field where it looked as if he slid 10 feet across the outfield grass. And I made the comment that's going to be a uniform change. Unfortunately for Brad, he ended up having to lead off the next inning, so no time for that. And now that he's hit a double, there's no way he's changing his uniform.
2-2. Big league problems, Mike.
As long as you're getting hits, you're fine with it. Brad scoring the run in the 4th inning.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Cabrera, leading off the bottom of the 4th. To the gap, right center. Miller has to play this on a hop. Cabrera continues to have a nice series. His first hit tonight. Well, support those who protect our West. Now until Monday, a portion of every purchase of Coors Banquet will be donated to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. Learn more about the foundation and the Protect Our West program at wffoundation.org. Leadoff man reaches for the first time tonight for the White Sox. That brings in Garcia. First pitch fouled away. We're talking about Cabrera and the season he's had coming over from Toronto, singling to begin things. Can you imagine if he was still in Toronto? Blue Jays winning today 15-1 over the Tigers.
Yeah, but I will say this, that at the trade deadline they picked up Rivera, the outfielder, speedy outfielder, and he's really played well for him. I think everybody talking about Tulowitzki.
This is smashed to Miller. Can't handle it. Hot shot there. Cabrera makes a turn, heads into third. Runners on the corners for the White Sox. Garcia 2 for 2.
And now it'll be back-to-back innings where Iwakuma finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Fortunately, he has 5 runs the Mariners been able to put on the scoreboard for him. Solid line drive out into center field. Brad trying to make the sliding catch on it. Looks like it was able to hit the ground in the end of his glove at the same time. Actually hits off the heel of his glove. Fortunately, he was able to get enough of it to hold Garcia to a single.
That uniform just continues to get more sop and wet for Miller, Brad, or for Mike.
Yeah, it's.
He's gained a couple of pounds in the outfield tonight. First pitch fouled away by LaRoche.
And he may not have a choice but to change now in between innings.
Cabrera now at third. Garcia the man at first. Hard hit through into right field. Cabrera scores. Garcia holds up at second base. White Sox on the board for the first time.
And 3 consecutive hits Rick waits out of the dugout. He's going to have a conversation with Iwakuma. We'll take a look at this last one. That's an 86-mile-an-hour split. And we were talking about it with LaRoche. That ball probably down out of the strike zone. You have more success pitching him up in the zone. He's a typical left-handed hitter. He likes the ball down, and he hit that one hard. White Sox now 1 for 3 with runners in scoring position as Rick waits. Tries to get Iwakuma back in line.
Interpreter Anthony Suzuki out there. So you got Waits from Patagonia, Arizona. You got Iwakuma from Tokyo. You got Sucre from Venezuela. I'm talking things over on the mound. And here comes Tim Timmons to break things up. We had mentioned the struggles for LaRoche this year at home. He's been hitting well underneath 200 here at US Cellular Field on the season. That's his first RBI at home this month. Granted, not necessarily an everyday guy. White Sox have 2 on, nobody out for Alexi Ramirez. As a tying run is now on deck for the White Sox on Sanchez. Two. Makes Joe McEwing dance out of the way, third base coach for the White Sox. And Iwakuma not quite to 60 pitches, but Rob Rasmussen starting to loosen up in the bullpen for the Mariners. Oh, that's it. Ramirez down on strikes. Fouled off a couple. He's 0 for 2.
We talked about it with Iwakuma struggling in his last outing and in trouble back-to-back innings, but he's able to get the strikeout on the split right here. One of the reasons why we saw Rasmussen getting loose in the pen. He doesn't want this game to get away from him after having an early lead.
First strikeout for Iwakuma since the second. It brings in Sanchez. Now a chance for a double play. Tight to the line. Lomo there. Low throw down to second. And LaRoche is safe.
Good play by Marte to keep it on the infield. Logan, you can see him, and he tries to change directions, throws the ball, a little bit of a sinker. Good play by Marte.
You're right, it's nifty glove work. Something we've heard Chris Woodward talk about with Lomo, that his arm is probably a little underrated, and he's an aggressive thrower when it comes to a situation like that.
He throws with a lot of confidence, and that's a rare throw that he would throw in the dirt. Most of the time, he's very accurate with it, too. So a good play by Marte. Logan's picked up the infielders all year long. It's nice to have them pick you up every now and then.
2 outs now, 2 in scoring position for the catcher Flowers. Flowers the 6th batter for Iwakuma here in the 4th inning. He saw 6 in the 3rd after going 1, 2, 3 in each of the first 2 innings. White Sox getting their first run of the night in this inning. LaRoche is single to right. now at second base. Garcia the man at third. And Iwakuma behind 3-0. Iwakuma with 2 walks tonight. It's rare to see Iwakuma walk 2, let alone 1 at times.
No, you're right. And you have the leadoff hitter, Eaton, waiting on deck. He's been a hot hitter for him lately.
Here comes the 3-0. Just gets it in there.
The start of the game today, Iwakuma with just 14 walks on the season.
He's never walked more than 3, and he's only done that twice. He's walked 2 tonight in back-to-back order in the 3rd inning. And he walks Flowers. And once again, Iwakuma working with the bases juiced behind him. 2nd straight frame that's happened. Was able to get out of it in the 3rd. Now trying to do the same with 2 outs here in the 4th. The last time Iwakuma walked 3 batters was when he spun the no-no against the Orioles. But pretty rare for Hisashi, no doubt. Here's Eaton. Ruled a strike. You can tell that was inside. Eaton's thinking the same thing.
And so was the tracer. You can say it was in off the plate.
Now Iwakuma just 1 pitch away. He left him loaded in the 3rd, trying to do the same here in the 4th. Don't let Eaton's stature fool you. He's got 10 homers this year. Robin Ventura looking out from the dugout. 4th-year skipper for the White Sox. Iwakuma now in the driver's seat, 0-2. Runners all around. Soft chopper. Iwakuma plays it. Will wait, and a foul ball.
And a good decision. He had no chance to get Eaton at first base. Smart play. Fortunately, ended up rolling foul.
A gutsy move and the right move.
See it hit right off the edge of the grass. Starts to move it foul, and that's when Iwakuma lets it go. But you also have to be fortunate. That hits any one of those little marks in the dirt and kick it back the other way.
Pretty gutsy move. It works out to keep the count 0-2. Bag still packed. Here it comes. Well, the pitch count now starting to get up there a little bit for Iwakuma. You can see he's pushing 70. This is the 2nd straight lengthy inning. Bases full for the 1-2. Makes it 2-2. Iwakuma got Abreu to fly out to deep center field, back to the warning track to leave him loaded in the 3rd. Now facing Eaton with the bases loaded in the 4th. Eaton swinging a hot bat recently. Easy skin ground ball right there to Cano, and Iwakuma does it again. He gets out of the briar patch here in the fourth. Left him loaded to the third, and again to the fourth inning. The Mariners a 5-1 lead. All right, thank you, Tom. Nelson Cruz to begin the fifth. And here's hoping that those 400,000 some folks back home get their power turned back on shortly.
Well, some of the struggles that Iwakuma's had the last couple of innings, Mariners may want to continue to add on. We've seen some strange games in this ballpark.
Recent years has really been dominated by the White Sox. Samardzija had a ball and 2 strikes to Cruz, who walked and scored back at the first. Struck out his last time up in the third. And he gets Cruz. That's the 6th strikeout for Samardzija tonight.
.92 miles an hour. Pretty good sinker.
Cano with his 31st double of the season in the third inning. Looked like it would be an RBI double, as Seager was ruled safe at home. He came all the way around from first, but after review, after replay, he was ruled out with his foot above the plate but not touching. The right call, but a tough call. Robinson looking for hit number 3 tonight. And he's ahead of the count. Well, if you go back to September of 2005, at the time the Fighting Irish were the number 16 team of the country. And Jeff Samardzija was in the midst of a breakout season as a wide receiver for Notre Dame. And it was in September of that year that the Fighting Irish came to Seattle. They played at Husky Stadium, and that was when Samardzija, as he put it, really had a breakout game. It was his junior year. 8 catches, 164 yards, including a 52-yard touchdown catch from Brady Quinn at Husky Stadium. As Cano draws the 1-out walk. So he's on base for the 3rd time. Second walk tonight for Samardzija. Now we take a look at our Geico this date in big league history. Denny McLain, Iron Mike, 229 pitches. He scattered 9 walks, 8 hits, 11 punch outs. Chicago's own Denny McLain, born here, drafted by the White Sox, or signed by the White Sox rather.
Feel pretty good about saying that you will never see that again. 229 pitches. It's rare to see a starting pitcher these days throw half that.
No, you're not kidding. Denny McLain really is part of one of the best stories in home run history. As you can see, some activity inside the bullpen. The right-hander Webb getting loose. Samardzija over the century mark. It was McLain back in 1968. It was a phenomenal season for McLain. He won the Cy Young. He won the MVP at a ERA beneath 2. That was the year the Tigers beat the Cardinals in the World Series in 7 games. And it was in the final season for Mickey Mantle, and Mickey Mantle was chasing down Jimmy Fox on the all-time home run list. And after a rain out, they were making up a game at Old Tiger Stadium. There was less than 10,000 people there. McLain was pitching, and our good friend Jim Price was catching that day for the Tigers, Detroit's backup catcher, now on radio, the analyst for the Tigers. And when Mantle dug inside the batter's box, he was a home run away from 535. He was tied with Fox, and our good friend Jim Price went out to the mound and wanted to give the fans their last time to really honor Mickey Mantle and what everyone knew were one of his final at-bats, really, the rest of his career. As the Mariners have Cano on at first base here. Shot to center. Beaten, an easy play for round number 2. And when Price went out to the mound to talk with McLain, McLain said, "What do you think, big guy? Should we group him one?" And Price, with no hesitation, said, "Absolutely." Goes back behind the plate. Mickey is standing right there inside the batter's box, and Price looks up at Mick and says, then he wants to group you one. And Mickey Mantle's looking at him like, "What are you talking about?" And Price says, "How do you want it?" Mick says, "High and tight, mediocre cheese." A couple of pitches later, whack. Home run, 535. McLain was actually kind of in his own modest way clapping as Mickey Mantle rounded the bases. Old Mick would only hit one more homer in his career. Now what a story on 535. Back-to-back outs to center. That takes us to the bottom of the 5th. Some Mariners fans taking shelter from the rain here at U.S. Cellular Field, as it's been coming down for a little while now. Not too heavy at this point. We'll take a look at the Mariners calendar, brought to you by Sleep Country USA. The series wraps up tomorrow. Then it's off to Houston for 3 games. Probably not a threat of rain there. And off day in San Francisco to take on the A's for 3, a weekend series. Then the homestand. We'll have the Rangers, right now the second wild card team in the American League. And then interleague play against the Rockies. Saladino leads off the White Sox 5th with a bunt attempt.
Really like to see Iwakuma have a quick inning, maybe even 2, after throwing just 20 pitches through the first 2 innings. Been 50 more pitches as he works here in the 5th. So 49 pitches in the 3rd and 4th innings.
And got up to a great start, then hit a couple of road bumps in the 3rd and 4th. Now, runs scored by the White Sox in the 4th inning, by the way, their first run across the plate in 15 innings. When you consider that they were shut out last night and then in the late stages of Game 1 Thursday evening. This is an offense that has really disappointed fans here in Chicago this year, but has been better lately, better since the All-Star break in particular. White Sox entering tonight 14th in the league in runs, 14th in on base, last in slugging, tied for 12th in homers. They don't run a lot, 12th in steals. So new baseball's out to Tim Timmons, tonight's home plate umpire in his 16th season. Abreu on deck. 0 for 2 tonight. A couple of deep fly ball outs. Count stays full with Saladino, the young third baseman. Seen a lot of pitches tonight. A chopper charging Seager. Out number 1. I'll stick around after the game for Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines. We'll take you inside the clubhouse, get sound reaction from tonight's game. A win tonight for the Mariners would guarantee a split, a chance for a series win tomorrow. And boy, taking 3 out of 4 on the road is never an easy thing, especially in a ballpark where you've had a rough go of things in recent years.
No, you're right. And again, the Mariners really have pitched well for shutting them out yesterday. The bullpen's been on a pretty good run over the last 3 or 4 games.
Abreu did not have an electrifying first half, at least when you compare it to the numbers that he put up last year. A season ago, he battled through a foot injury for much of the year, and this year had to work through a finger injury. And the finger was injured to such an extent that there was a short period of time where Robin Ventura had to DH Abreu on a somewhat regular basis. He couldn't grip the baseball, and no doubt affected his swing, maybe got into some bad habits trying to compensate from that injured finger.
Well, you were talking about him getting off to a good start last year. American League Player of the Month in April and July of last year. So off to a good start in April.
He has flown out to all fields at this point now, to left. Two up, 2 down for Cabrera, who has singled and scored the only run of the ball game so far for the White Sox. Cabrera coming over in the offseason. Signed through 2017 here in Chicago. Cabrera, a former teammate in the Bronx with Robinson Cano. They won the World Series in 2009 together against the Phillies. Robbie at second base as usual. And Kuma ahead quickly 0-2. Just fights it away to keep it a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, pretty good split right there, down out of the strike zone. He was able to just get a piece of it right off the end of the bat.
And he gets some cutting right through it. Side sat down in order. And Iwakuma gets his 4th punch out. Seattle Mariners baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. By Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Busy concourse here at U.S. Cellular Field as the rain has let up, although the grounds crew is still getting to work out in between innings. Bottom third of the order due up facing Jeff Samardzija. It starts off with Mark Trumbo 0 for 2 tonight. No 1-1. Trumbo, Miller, and Sucre here in the Mariners' 6th inning. Samardzija well over 100 pitches at this point. Threw 102 in his last start. Entered tonight having given up the most hits in baseball, the most earned runs in the league, the 2nd most for the majors. And he's ahead of Trumbo. Webb continues to warm up in the bullpen. We saw him earlier. Left-handed hitter on deck is Miller.
His season high for pitches is 120. I don't think they'll let him go that far tonight.
So what you're saying, he's no Denny McLain?
Nobody is. I think 229 is out of the question.
Well, that's too bad. Full count to Trumbo. Those diving after it. Trumbo strikes out for the second time. Seventh punch out for Samardzija. Now, Wednesday, September 9th is Mariners sunscreen night when the Mariners take on the Rangers. The first 10,000 fans will take home sunscreen courtesy of BASF. So stop by any Mariners team store or mariners.com for tickets.
Brad Miller stepping in. Brad 1 for 2. Had a double his last time up and then ended up scoring a run.
In that fourth inning when Miller doubled, that was really the get him on, get him over, and get him in inning for the Mariners. The double, the sac bunt by Sucre, then the sac fly by Marte. Mariners have homered once tonight. That was Seager, second batter of the ballgame, a 2-run shot.
Curtis is telling me that in the century, this past century, the high for a pitch count is 150. And it was done twice. Livan Hernandez and Randy Johnson.
Only 150.
150. Lincecum throwing 148 in 2013 when he threw his no-hitter.
One of 2 times he no-hit the Padres. You think they would have left Lincecum in there if he didn't have a no-hitter going?
Not a chance. No way.
Lincecum's been a little dinged up recently for the Giants. Don Cooper on the phone. And Miller caught looking. 96-mile-an-hour heat there from Samardzija. And Miller strikes out for the second time. Samardzija back-to-back punch-outs. He's got 8 now.
Johnny Vandermeer still in good shape. Mike Fiers, who had thrown their most recent no-hitter, gave up a base hit in the 4th inning tonight.
Now Johnny seems like he's going to be safe for a while.
He's going to be okay.
Here's Sucre. You know, Scherzer had the near perfecto this year. It was a Jose Tabata elbow away from a perfect game. And then he faced the Phillies 5 days later, and he had a no-hitter through somewhere around the first 4 or 5 innings. And before that, no had a 1-hitter before that. Scherzer was on an incredible roll. He's tapered off somewhat since then. In his first year in the National League with Washington. Hard hit, base hit through the left side. Sucre's first base hit tonight. That'll keep things going here in the 6th. And here comes Robin Ventura. Now Ventura was hoping that Samardzija could retire Sucre, now at 119 pitches. We saw Webb warming up in the bullpen. It looks like that will be it for Jeff Samardzija in his first start against the Mariners since last August in an A's uniform. We'll step aside. We've got a pitching change. 1 on, 2 outs. Top of the 6th, and the Mariners by 4. and he will hand things over to the bullpen now.
5 2/3, 8 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned. He's responsible for Sucre, who's on first base right now. 3 walks, 8 strikeouts, as Aaron mentioned. 119 pitches, 1 shy of the season high of 120. Daniel Webb going to take over. 17 appearances for him, a 2.49 ERA. Opponent's high batting average, 291 against him. He's given up 3 home runs.
Now for Samardzija, this is the 10th time this season he's coughed up at least 5 runs. And he ties his teammate John Danks for the most 5-run outings in the majors this year. We talked about the hits that he's given up this season, the most by any pitcher in baseball. Only Quintana, who we'll see tomorrow, has allowed more. And the 5-run innings note, or 5-run start rather. Quintana's been good this year, however, despite all the hits, all the no decisions. We'll see him tomorrow afternoon. Here is Marte against Webb.
Marte having a good night. He is 1 for 2. Scored a run and driven in a run. Had a sacrifice fly back in the 4th inning that brought the 5th run home for the Mariners.
Pulled up a little bit there, 0-2.
Very good breaking ball from Webb.
Webb just getting back from a rehab assignment with AAA Charlotte. And a bit of a back strain. Made 3 appearances with the Charlotte Knights before coming back to Chicago. This is a White Sox bullpen that has been much improved recently, and the Mariners have had a hard time against it over the first 2 games of this series. Ground ball right to Sanchez. Easy play there for out number 3, and Sucre with a 2-out single is left stranded. It's on to the bottom of the 6th. The Mariners have the lead. Sixth inning as we take a look at our Delta Airlines keep climbing standings, and once again tonight we'll focus in on the American League wildcard race. Yankees and Rangers, the top 2 teams, and the Twins have been on an absolute roll. As tonight they're playing the middle game of a series against the first place Houston Astros. The Angels now a game and a half back. You can see the Orioles and the Rays as well in the mix there, 3.5 back. The Twins have really caught fire. It took 2 out of 3 at Tampa Bay. They swept a 4-game series in Baltimore. Right when you kind of thought the Twins were petering off, here they come.
You're absolutely right, and you thought that they were going to struggle. Nobody expected them to be in the position they're in. And now we're rolling into September, and here they are playing some really good baseball. They have some young players on that team that have really stepped up for him. Sano being one of them, right-handed hitter. Done a lot of damage for him when he was
been a beast. Up. 0-1 to Garcia. Makes it 0-2. The team that will be really interesting to track over the final month will be the Angels. We saw there a game and a half back. Remember when Mike Trout injured his wrist?
Yes.
And had to miss a couple of games? Since Trout came back from that in late July, he's hitting .216. He's only homered twice as Iwakuma gets Garcia swinging and missing. He has a slugging percentage not all that much higher than .350. And since he's come back from that wrist injury with those poor numbers, the Angels are 10-18. Pujols has cooled down.
But you wonder how healthy he is. We've talked about it. With your hands and your wrist, trying to hit is difficult.
And with the regression from Trout, maybe it's because of the injury, maybe not. And with Josh Donaldson and the Blue Jays just crushing baseballs.
And they are. 15 runs today. Encarnacion, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs for him.
Well, Donaldson is looking more and more like he is walking the path to winning the American League MVP.
Mariners have the shift on with LaRoche hitting. He has driven in the 1 run for the White Sox tonight. Had a base hit into right field.
Two balls and a strike. Here comes a 2-1. Now we have seen 3 walks tonight from Iwakuma. That ties a season high. And we've seen far more 3-ball counts than usual. Not all ending in walks. That's a season high. Oh, the call strike.
Borderline pitch, but he gets the call.
Ramirez next. Still 3-2. LaRoche, a double play victim back in the second, has driven in the lone run tonight for the White Sox. Coming over from the Nationals. Had a really nice year for Washington last season. And there is now the 4th walk tonight from Iwakuma. That's a season high. Now some good news for the Mariners last night that James Paxton versus AAA Nashville. The numbers might not be great in terms of the hits, the runs, but the pitch count where they wanted to see it, and it was good to see Paxton get through 3 innings healthy.
Well, he's basically starting over like a spring training game for him, trying to build up some arm strength and get healthy so that he can get back here. Hopefully mix in a few starts in September.
There was some thought that the strike zone last night was maybe a little bit tight. And then you talk to other people about the strike zone last night and they'll tell you, well, that's just kind of how it is in the PCL from one umpire to the next.
I would say that those numbers again really don't matter. It's the 62 pitches that he was able to get to and being healthy doing it.
That's the important thing. Another rehab start coming for Paxton. Rainier's game getting rained out tonight back home with all the weather. Seager ranging, can't get there. 2 on, 1 out. Ramirez, his first hit tonight. That pushes LaRoche into second. Now change up your commute. Take our online trip planner for a spin at soundtransit.org. You know, Mike, we mentioned the season high 4 walks for Iwakuma. Not that it's an excuse, but it certainly is a factor. The weather, the conditions, any maybe part of it?
I don't think so. I don't think the weather. They've done a good job with the mound tonight. Maybe at some point when it was raining fairly decent outside, that may have bothered him a little bit. But I think that more than anything, his fastball command hasn't been the best tonight, but he's been able to make it work. And I think right now Lloyd McClendon would really like to get him through the inning. We talked about it at the start of the game. Edgar almost making his first start for the Mariners in tomorrow afternoon's game. So I think Lloyd would like to have as many of the guys ready to go in the bullpen as possible. Not sure how far Olmos is going to be able to go.
Speaking of the bullpen, Lloyd said today that he would like to stay away from Carson Smith just because of the workload recently.
Looks like Rasmussen and Kensing, I believe, getting loose in the pen.
And when Lloyd was talking about Carson today, he was really happy, as you can see, the bullpen for the Mariners, really happy with his sinker, saying that sinker is exploding once again like it has been in the past, which makes his slider and makes his changeup better.
Makes everything better. And his velocity was up too. We saw him hitting 95 again.
Two on, 1 out behind Iwakuma.
Iwakuma now at 100 pitches. As Sanchez fouls that pitch off.
By the way, the 4 walks tonight for Iwakuma, not just a season high, but at times a career high. Last time that he walked 4, you have to go back to almost on this date in 2012, August 28th, against the Twins. A team that he has dominated more than any other in his career. Double play gets Iwakuma to the 7th. And he gets Sanchez whiffing after it. Second strikeout this inning.
Looks like he goes back to the split again. It is 83 miles an hour down out of the strike zone.
Rick waits on the phone.
For Iwakuma, his high this year, pitch count wise, 118. It was against Texas Rangers on August 7th.
Now facing the catcher, Flowers.
Good fastball on the outside corner.
Ramirez a single, LaRoche the walk, 2 on, 2 out. And it's 0-2. Now, we mentioned the numbers earlier tonight. In 3 previous career starts for Iwakuma against the White Sox, he's pitched very well. Only 4 earned runs over 23 innings. And in many ways, those numbers have carried into tonight. Was able to skirt some problems in the 3rd, left him loaded, left him load him again in the 4th. One and 2. Sucre out for a visit. White Sox tonight 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Chicago last night had only 3 at-bats with a runner in scoring position as the Mariners shut him out 2-0. A pitch away from the 7th. That won't be at 2-2.
Keeps trying to get him to chase the split again and miss with the last two.
First and second, 2 outs. And Kuma's 2-2.
Another split.
Adam Eaton on deck, hitless tonight. Did walk in the 3rd. Now, speaking to his command, this is Iwakuma's 6th 3-ball count on the night, and there are plenty of starts where he has tops 3, maybe more like 1 or 2. The command usually that good for Musashi. Long look in. And here comes pitch 107. Line drive over Seager. LaRoche coming in past 3rd and scores standing. And Flowers drives in the 2nd run tonight for the White Sox. Mariners lead cut to 3.
And this will be on the breaking ball, elevated breaking ball. He gets it to the outside corner, but it's about belt high. That'll bring out Lloyd. Looks like that's it for Iwakuma.
.107 pitches.
Left hand hitting Eaton, the leadoff hitter, on deck, so it'll probably be Rasmussen coming into the ball game, and it will be.
And here comes Rasmussen. That'll be it for Iwakuma. We'll step aside. Comes in, that's LaRoche on the RBI base hit from Flowers. Pitch count got up there for Hisashi.
5 2/3, 7 hits, couple of runs, they were earned, 4 walks. Season high for him in walks with 4, 6 strikeouts, 107 pitches. He's responsible for the 2 runners that are on base. Rob Rasmussen, 11 appearances for him, high ERA, 9 innings. He has 10 strikeouts, 6 walks. Opponent's hitting .386 off of him.
So he was brought on here to face a left-handed hitting Adam Eaton, who since late July has really improved upon left-handed pitching. He's batting nearly .320 against southpaws since roughly the start of the month.
Well, a couple of right-handed hitters due up after Eaton, so I'm sure Rasmussen in just to face the one batter.
He is the tying run. Ramirez at second, keeping an eye there on Flowers as well at first base. Soft pop up. Sucre on the chase. Seager two, but a souvenir. Rasmussen, the left-handed rookie, called on here with the tying run at the plate, and a pesky one at that. Time called late.
Kensing ready to go.
Swinging right through some heat from Rasmussen. Elevated fastball to make it 1-2. You know, Mike, Lloyd at times this year, since Rasmussen has joined the team, just has not had the luxury of necessarily putting him in low leverage situations.
No, you're right. You look at the Mariners right now, you have Beimel and Charlie Ferguson both on the disabled list. Young left-handers out in the pen.
Big pitch here off the plate. Charlie likely done for the year, the rotator cuff injury. Beimel will see a rehab appearance at some point, hopefully soon. 2 outs, 2 on, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a quick ground ball. Marte scoops it up, and he wins the foot race by plenty. Beats Flowers there to second. Rasmussen gets the Mariners and Iwakuma out of the 6th inning with the 3-run lead. Second batter of the ball game, Kyle Seager, home run number 20, and well, that's a pretty good looking catch right there, Mike.
It really was. Left-hander with his glove. Home run number 20 for Kyle.
Seager to lead things off here in the 7th. Seager, Cruz, Cano.
Well, Aaron, we spend a lot of time poring over numbers and getting information, talking to people. That being said, there's a number that I think it's pretty relative for tonight's game, and that is, I'd like to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Aaron. I know you didn't want anybody to know about it, but I found out.
What kind of stats and info department do you have?
So happy birthday to you.
Well, Blow, that's very kind of you.
Dessert is on me tonight.
Really? Well, that's $15, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got it. No problem. Order up.
Very kind of you. Here is Seager. Mike apparently has people all of a sudden. Now Seager, his 4th straight 20 home run season, and it's a pretty elite and pretty short list of Mariners hitters who have homered 20 times in 4 straight.
He's the only third baseman.
Only third baseman.
Yeah.
Edgar, Jay, A-Rod,
Jr.
Of course. Seager, Boone, Ibanez.
Pretty good list. White Sox continue to put the shift on Kyle. Ramirez, the shortstop, on the right side of the infield. You can see Sanchez, the second baseman, well out into right field. And the rain starting to pick up again.
It has. Good look at it there. The 1-2. High pop up. Shallow left. Saladino, the shortstop of the Miners. Third baseman here playing that easily. One out to open up the top of the 7th. Now, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. One out, base is clean for Cruz. Now, by Nelson's numbers and his standards, June was a little bit of a down month, but since the start of July, we talked so much about how much Canoa's picked it up since July 1st. Yeah. But Cruz's numbers since July the 1st, 333, 20 bombs, and an OPS. This is a 2-month span. An OPS of over 1,000. What a remarkable season
it has been.
He's a home run shy of number 40. Would match the season high from last year when he led all of baseball.
Well, Daniel Webb didn't want to give in to him. 2-0. He threw him a breaking ball at 83 miles an hour.
Two and two. Poncho sales going up tonight here at U.S. Cellular Field.
I think they get here prepared.
Rain has been in the forecast all day, and we've seen it. Unfortunately, to this point, they've been able to play through it. We've seen heavier rain than what we're looking at right now. No batting practice for either side before the game tonight. Ground ball chopping its way to Ramirez. And Nelson out number 2. We take a look at our CenturyLink What's Next. Edgar almost making his first start in the major leagues. His 5th appearance this year for the Mariners, going up against Jose Quintana. Really an unheralded starting pitcher. He doesn't get a whole lot of publicity, at least nationally, here in Chicago, with, of course, Chris Sale, one of the best aces in baseball, and then Samardzija behind him, so never an easy customer, as you can see almost. almost spent a pretty good amount of time as a starter in the minor leagues. He's made about 75 starts over the course of his minor league career, including some this year with Tacoma. In fact, his last appearance was out of the rotation. The plan was to transition him into a starter's role, but then was called up and put in the Mariners bullpen. Cano has reached base 3 times tonight. A single, a double, a run scored, and a walk. And his 8-game hitting streak snapped last night, but has started a new one this evening. A real foggy night here in Chicago. Not great visibility. In fact, it's even a little poorer than what it probably looks like on your HD screens back home in your living room. Two and two.
4 pitches, and he has not thrown Robinson a fastball yet.
Seager popped up. Cruz grounded out. 2 outs, bases empty for Cano.
There was the fastball right in the middle of the plate. Late swing, though, after all the changeups.
Eaton moving quickly, can't get there in time, as he has to trap it. And Robinson Cano reaching for the 4th time. It's his 3rd hit. Not always easy to drop one in front of Eaton there.
Pretty good effort by Eaton, the center fielder, though, as he tries to make the diving catch. Ends up smothering it on a 1-hop. And again, good look at our Alaska Airlines Supermo in the slide, how far he'll end up on the wet ground.
A 2-out base runner that brings in Seth Smith.
Seth with a couple of RBIs tonight.
And the rain picking up a little bit. You can see Seth wiping it away from the visor. White Sox bullpen has been very tough in the first 2 games of this series. 6 scoreless innings behind 2 quality starts. Danks last night, Rodon in game 1. Samardzija knocked around a little bit tonight, however. 5 runs, 5 2/3. Did strike out 8. Up the middle. Ramirez an easy play, and that'll do it for the Mariners at the top of the 7th. It's time to stretch on a wet night here from Chicago. Mariners by 3. stretching your body? How about stretching your mind as you consider how a Washington's lottery win would change your bucket list? Play today. Well, some jammed concourses here inside U.S. Cellular Field. Many taking refuge from the rain, which has picked up once again tonight. It's been off and on, really since the start of the game tonight. We'll have a new pitcher, Logan Kinsing, taking over for Rob Rasmussen.
Only 3 appearances on the year for him. 4 innings, 5 strikeouts. He's given up 1 home run. I believe that was on the first pitch he threw as a Mariner. After that, he's been pretty good.
First batter he faced, LaRoche back at Safeco Field on the last homestand. So Kinsing to face 2, 3, and 4 of the White Sox. It starts off with Saladino, the number 2 hitting third baseman. A walk tonight, but 0 for his last 15. Young player made his big league debut in July. First pitch strike from Kinsing. It's always interesting talking to people here in Chicago in terms of what they think the fan base ratio is Cubs to White Sox. No matter who you ask, it's so predominantly skewed towards the Cubbies. And this was a season for the White Sox where they really thought that they had some concrete reasons to improve upon last year, as we've talked about the offseason moves for Chicago. And the Cubs, meanwhile, getting Joe Madden, as you see Ventura in his 4th season, and kind of the great wackiness that is Madden and the Cubs right now, the second wild card team behind the Pirates in the National League. And so much youth for the Cubs, but it's led them to 73 wins so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're an exciting club to watch because they're so young. And you mentioned Madden. They're playing really well for him.
Cubs have been very good at home. They're in a bit of a rough stretch now. They're on a West Coast road trip. Giants and Dodgers having a tough time the last few nights. Out of the glove of Sucre, and he'll finish the strikeout off with throwing down to first base. Let's take a look at the National League wildcard standings. The Pirates, what a tough year this year that they are in National League Central. The Giants knocking on the door. They're trying to track down the Dodgers over the final month. The Nationals trying to show that they still have a heartbeat left after what has been nothing short of just a massively disappointing year in our nation's capital. And then the Diamondbacks, Mike, we saw the Diamondbacks this year at home. That's an exciting team.
An improving team. Look at the Nationals. A lot of injuries for them this year. Just never able to get it going. But you're right about the Pirates, too. Same division as the Cardinals, and that's a tough one.
Now, the Cubs have the 4th best record in baseball. They are 3rd in their division.
Yeah.
Seemed like that happened a couple of years ago when the Cardinals finished in first place, and then you had the Reds and the Pirates duking it out of the wild card. And similar this year with the Pirates and now the Cubs. Abreu calls time. It was interesting how all that worked out over the winter, though, when Andrew Friedman left Tampa Bay, went to Los Angeles, and that then allowed Madden to opt out of his contract. Friedman was running things in Tampa Bay, now running things for the Dodgers. And that meant that Madden could leave, and he did. And really the timing of going to Chicago with what the Cubs have done in terms of their draft picks now coming to fruition, many of them at least, and some trades as well in recent years. Rizzo seems to be catching his stride here in Chicago. 1-2. I mean, if Madden can deliver here in Chicago, he might just want to hang it up at that point. He'll be walking on water.
Knowing him, he just might. You never know.
Yeah, you can't predict anything with Madden. One of the most pleasant guys to talk with in the game. Always enjoyed our conversations with him a couple of times a year when the Mariners and Rays would tangle. Strikeout there to Abreu, gets him with the fastball. Abreu 0 for 4. One hitless last night as well.
Elevated fastball, 93 miles an hour on the outside corner, and a late swing.
Mariners by 3, 2 outs for the White Sox to bring in Cabrera.
1 for 3 tonight. Single, scored a run, also has a couple of strikeouts, both of them swinging.
This is crunched to right field. Cruz comes in with a slide, makes the catch. Leaves a big divot behind him. 1, 2, 3 innings spun by Kinsing. That'll take us to the 8th. Cruz to end things in the bottom of the 7th. Mike will take another look at him.
Sinking line drive. I'm trying to figure out where he left the divot. It must have been with his spikes. I thought originally maybe it was from his knee, but no, it's the back spike. Big divot out in right field.
Logan Morrison to lead things off at the top of the 8th. So Daniel Webb out there for the White Sox.
Logan 0 for 2. Also walked back in the 3rd inning.
This is lifted high into the fog in right center. Out number 1. That's some frustration there from Lomo as we take a look at our Arco top performer. And what a month of August for Franklin Gutierrez. 7 bombs in 17 games.
20 RBIs in 17 games.
Seriously.
Yeah, he's really played well, and good to see him staying healthy. I'm sure he'll be in the lineup tomorrow. Getting tonight off. Talked about all the left-handers the Mariners have seen lately, and a couple of tough ones with Quintana and Keuchel going. Quintana tomorrow here in Chicago, and Keuchel opener in Houston. So a couple of good left-handers.
And speaking of that series coming up in Houston against the first place Astros, some news of note today from Lloyd from his media session in the dugout here, saying that Felix will be skipped in the upcoming series. And Lloyd was very matter of fact, and he was absolutely right. He said, listen, we did this exact same thing last year with Felix, and he ended up having the best September of his career. ERA of 1.66 in 6 starts last September. Opponents hit beneath 200 against him, and historically September's been a really tough month for Felix.
Well, you think about all the innings that he logs for this club and the amount of strikeouts that he ends up with every year. He's over 200 in both of those categories.
It'll be Vidal Nuno taking his spot in the rotation. Trumbo ahead of the count. Lloyd also said that he will look for an opportunity in this final month of the season to do the same for Taiwan. I mentioned last night the innings starting to pile up a little bit. 1-out walk to Trumbo. He reaches base for the first time. On time now for our T-Mobile Data Strong fan photo of the game. Oh, look, Mike, taking a look at the starting lineups right there. The defense right behind her.
Nice setup.
It is. That'll be it for Webb. Jenny, glad to have you with us here tonight as Webb is done for the night, and the second reliever coming on for the White Sox here at the top of the 8th. You can nominate your favorite plays of the week by tweeting us using hashtag RootFanFave. Each month, one lucky fan will win a Coors Light Refresherator just for participating. For official rules, visit rootsports.com. A couple of changes here in the 8th inning. It starts with the new pitcher. Webb is out. Dan Jennings is in.
Saw Jennings in last night's ball game. 36 appearances on the year for him, a 4.74 ERA. Opponents hitting .253. He's given up 3 home runs.
And Austin Jackson pinch hitting for Miller. Trumbo the walk. He's at first base, 1 out. LaRoche holding Trumbo. So Brad's night has done a couple of strikeouts, but a double and a run scored. We're talking about all the positions that Brad has played, and it's one thing for a player, a utility guy, to maybe come off the bench and play a position or a change in game, but it's another thing for the manager to trust him enough to start him off in the lineup at that spot. As Jackson pinch hitting, grounds into right field, base hit there. Trumbo into second base. Anytime your manager writes your name in the lineup card, that's saying something, especially if it's a position that's not familiar for you. But you think about Mark McLemore in 2001, played all over the place. Miller and McLemore, the only Mariners to start, that's the key, to start at third base, at shortstop, at second, all three outfield positions, and DH in the same season.
And he may have a game where he plays first base. Certainly can do that too. I think that typically when you see guys that play a couple of different positions, it's either they can play on the corner infield, so you can put them in the corner outfield. It's rare to see a shortstop that you can have play center field. So I mean, to me, it's really a compliment to Brad and the kind of athlete that he is, that he has the ability to do all those things.
Learning a lot of those positions on the job. 0-1 to Sucre. Miller done for the night.
Mariners 1 for 3 tonight with runners in scoring position.
Now Sucre at least appears to be no worse for the wear after taking a follow through swing from Eaton on the hand or the wrist. It was looked at and was able to stay in the game. He's behind 1-2. This on the screws, but hooks it foul.
And he hit Flowers. It's like he was hit earlier in the game. The follow through, he ended up getting Flowers, a catcher for the White Sox. Sounded like it hit him in the back of the helmet.
Well, from one catcher to another, that's the last thing that Sucre wants to do.
And we'll watch the follow through. Right on the front of the mask.
Could have been worse there. Sucre aware of it right away. Oh, the umpire now, as the bat boy, you saw delivering a rosin bag. And now Tim Timmons is saying, wait, I got to take a look at that. The 1-2 bounces in there. Trumbo stays put. I talked earlier about the standings in the Central, and the White Sox 7 games under 500, and the Royals absolutely running away with the division. They're almost 19 games in front of the White Sox. Now when you think about the Central and the winter time, it was pretty amazing how easily so many people overlook the Royals. Not that they wouldn't be a good team, but not necessarily thinking that they would be a first place team, and by such a wide margin. Soft chopper. Nope, off the foot. And take a look at the standings. The Twins, as we mentioned in the wild card hunt, they're a half game behind the Rangers for the second wild card spot. But it's not even close, Mike.
And who would have thought that the Tigers would be in the situation that they're in?
That's the
20 games back of Kansas City, but more importantly, 9 games under 500.
And when you think about the Central over the winter and going into spring training, you kind of figure, okay, the Central, no matter what, it's going to go through Detroit in some way or another. They're always going to be in contention. The White Sox probably won the winter in terms of the moves that they made. There was so much love for the Indians, even though the Indians really didn't change a whole lot. They got Brandon Moss, who had a bum hip, missed a lot of spring training, rehabbing it.
How much do you think? Obviously, they played well last year, but Terry Francona, how much of an effect do you think that had on it?
On the belief that they would be.
Yeah. Because I didn't see much from their team last year to make me believe that they were out in front of the Tigers, the Royals, or even the White Sox for that matter.
2 on for this 2-2 and another foul. Now, to me, the thing that really had so many people believing in the Indians was the rotation, and feeling like the rotation,
right,
which was young, and of course headlined by the Cy Young winner in Kluber, was going to take an even further step forward. They got off to a really poor start in terms of the pitching. I think there's probably a Tito effect in there someplace, but it was probably more than anything the rotation. But then you had Swisher with 2 knee surgeries, did nothing. Bourne did nothing. Both traded away. Those turned out to be poor signings for the Indians just in terms of the dollar spent and the production. Saladino, Sucre legs it out. Now we've waited all year to say it. Jesus Sucre infield single.
And this is his second base hit of the ball game. So he's 2 for 3, has a sacrifice bunt. He just beats that out.
Trumbo to third. Jackson into second. On the conference up on the mound, breaks apart. So bases full, 1 out. Back to the top of the order for Marte.
Good opportunity for him. 1 for 3 tonight. He's driven in a run and scored a run.
Infield in. Goes after the first, high off the plate. Throw to first in time, but a run in. That is Trumbo. Boy, that was a mess behind the mound. Jennings stayed with it. Now, this looked like a Hail Mary.
Chops it right off of the plate. High into the air, and you can see the middle infielders there getting to the middle of the diamond. Ramirez trying to get out of the way of the shortstop. And you can see Marte limping after that. He's hobbled down the line right now. Rick Griffin, the trainer, is with Marte. He'll pick up an RBI. See him limping back to the dugout. There you go again, right off the top of the plate. So he's trying to beat it out for an infield hit. He's going to run hard. He always does. Maybe slipped a little bit on top of home plate right there. Jammed his heel into the ground, it looks like. Hopefully he'll be okay and can go. Let's not forget Brad Miller started in center field, and he's out of the game because Austin Jackson pinch hit for him in this inning. So if Marte has to come out of the game, see what Lloyd McClendon wants to do as far as the shortstop goes.
That seems to be a play that can really eat up some ankles. You mentioned the heel that time. We saw Jackson turn an ankle in Houston on a similar play. It was a much worse situation. But when you really try to leg that out and you go for that photo finish at first base, That can be a tricky one.
Well, it's something that they talk to him about, run through the bag, but I can tell you as a player, when you're trying to beat that play out and you know that your steps are going to be a little choppy to the bag, you will lunge for it.
That's the third time tonight the Mariners have scored a run on an out, so half the runs tonight. Ground ball into the shift. Bobbled. Ramirez can't get the handle. Jackson scores. And that's as routine as it gets. Ramirez over at second base with the shift. And he just lost it. 7-2 Mariners.
He's right there in good shape, and this hop will bounce up on him. You can see it come up a little bit right in the breadbasket. And then he looks up as he's going to make the throw. Still had time. Another run for the Mariners, and they'll take it.
That moves Sucre over to third. Another chance for Nelson Cruz. Who has feasted on lefties this year. Really, Cruz and Altuve have hit for the highest averages against lefties in the American League. Cruz, of course, with much higher power. We've seen Altuve on Monday in Houston. Astros with the second best run differential in the American League, bested only by the Blue Jays, who won today 15-1. That up Toronto's run differential, Mike, 184. Seems like a typo.
To be honest with you, I was going to guess 200.
So you're disappointed.
Well, it just seems they score double digits every night.
Yeah. Cruz behind in the count, 1-2. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Down on strikes. It's a rare 3 strikeout night for Nelson Cruz. Mariners strand 2, but they get 2. They go to the bottom of the 8th. see coming as John Hicks making his major league debut minus some catching gear. He is at third base. Never played there in the minors.
Well, we saw Marte, and Miller starting in center field, pinch hit Austin Jackson, who ended up getting a base hit now in center. Kyle Seager will go from third to shortstop. But Hicks, I'm sure, we thought he'd make his major league debut tomorrow, but he's going to make it right here and now at third base.
Hicks played in just over 10 games in the minors at first. And that was actually this year with Tacoma. So,
well, as a catcher, you would assume he has plenty of arm.
First pitch swinging into center field, a base hit for the new man there, Austin Jackson. Garcia's third hit tonight. Seager at shortstop, of course, coming up as a second baseman. 10 career games at short for Seager. Trumbo DHing tonight, has had some experience at third base. Well, welcome to Major League Baseball in 2015, John Hicks. Is sometimes as a third baseman you go over and you play at second base.
In the shift.
In the shift.
Right. And you could see Kyle Seager explaining to him. And then move him all the way over to the right side. I think right now the best advice is just get an out. Don't worry about the double play. Just get an out in this situation. You have a 5-run lead. They put the shift on with LaRoche.
That's going to be an interesting phone call back home once this game's over with for John Hicks. I was thinking, Mike, when we've seen Hicks during commercial breaks go out and warm up the Mariners pitcher as Sucre's putting on the gear. I mean, even that has got to be a thrill for Hicks.
Of course it is. Sitting in the dugout is a thrill.
And this is the last thing he expected. He was happy just warming up the pitcher tonight.
Wonder whose glove he had to borrow.
No kidding. Can we see a name inscribed there?
There wasn't, so I'm going to guess that's his.
Smart guy. This is thumped into right. Cruz for out number one. You know, some catchers you'll see will spend some time during batting practice, for example, at third base. There's the tendency, the feeling that your wrist, your hand can get kind of stiff just holding it there all the time.
Trent Jewett has the guys do that. We've seen Zunino out there, and we've seen Sucre out there taking ground balls at third. It's actually a catching drill for them, as you're mentioning, Aaron, but you never know. You might end up in a ball game.
That's not quite as extreme as Johnny Gomes pitching last night for the Braves.
No.
Which was just glorious.
But you know what? Gomes last night doing that was just having a lot of fun with it, and John Hicks needs to think about what he's doing the same way. Just go out and have some fun with it. There aren't any expectations on him, that's for sure.
Jackson coming in, has to play it on a hop. 1 out, now 2 on. Couple of base hits. Garcia into second. Ramirez's second hit tonight. That brings in Sanchez, the second baseman. There was no greater walk off the mound than Johnny Gomes last night, striking out a Yankees hitter in a blowout loss for the Braves.
Who was a pitcher, by the way. It was a pitcher that he ended up getting a strikeout on.
Now that I didn't realize. That makes it even better.
Yeah.
Right when you thought it was great. Seth Smith for out number 2.
Going to have a pinch hitter. J.B. Shuck is going to pinch hit for Flowers.
So Shuck off the bench once again.
Viewing the third base coach is talking to Hicks right now, and wonder what he thought when Hicks said, "No, never played here in my life." Right. Making my major league debut.
That's going to make for a great story. It already has. Hicks probably thought that there would be not a single reporter at his locker once this game was over with, and well, John, that has changed. Two outs and 2 on. And it's strike one to Shuck. Pretty good numbers as a pinch hitter for Shuck in his career. One and one. Well, who knows, Mike, if we see Hicks tomorrow behind home plate in the finale, maybe a couple innings at third base will take the edge off a little bit.
I think getting in the game will help.
A ball and 2 strikes. Marte dinged up with a foot injury of some kind, foot or ankle, after stomping on first base, trying to leg out an infield hit. Not the reason why Hicks is at third off the bench. Seager at shortstop.
Right now I'm just hoping that watching him lunge for the base like that it wasn't his heel, because that is something that can stay with you for a little while.
Even more so than the ankle.
Depends on how bad it is, but from the way he was walking off, if it's his ankle, I think he'll be okay.
Two and two. After the finale tomorrow, it's on to Houston for 3 games. Astros lost last night to the Twins, and we're red hot, as we've talked about. But the offense really down for the Astros this month. They are 27th in runs in the majors in the month of August. 14th in the league. That being said, Altuve red hot. He's batting .346 in the second half. Never easy facing Altuve, especially in Houston, it seems like. And then a day off for the Mariners. 3 games in Oakland. Weekend series against the A's, and it's back home. The Rangers for 4, then interleague play against the Rockies. Hope to see you out at Safeco Field. Garcia at second, Ramirez at first. 2 outs. Adam Eaton on deck. He's been held hitless tonight. Scored 3 runs in game 1 of this series. The Mariners have done a nice job limiting his success last night and then tonight as well. Here comes Kinsing's 3-2, and he walks it. Now, this has been a familiar situation. The White Sox loading up the bases. Make sure to shop the back-to-school sale at any of the 5 Mariners team store locations. Save up to 30% off select caps and apparel, plus school supplies and collectibles. The sale ends tomorrow, so hurry up. Trying to stay dry on what has been a drizzly night. Some young Mariners fans. Raining off and on. It's given us a break for now, at least. Rollins has been warming up in the bullpen. Shuck, a 2-out walk. That puts Garcia in at third, Ramirez at second. Looks like Tom Wilhelmsen. Eaton, a former 19th round draft pick by Arizona, part of that 3-team deal that involved Mark Trumbo, the White Sox, the Diamondbacks, the Angels. Tonight, the White Sox have not been able to cash in with the bases loaded. They've left them loaded twice. Iwakuma working out of it both times, the third and the fourth. Frustration tonight for Robin Ventura, no doubt.
Well, he's able to get ahead of him. Let's see if he can put him away right here. Sucre making a trip out to the mound. Lloyd right now would just like to see a ground ball right to Robinson Cano. Get out of the inning.
It was Eaton who grounded to Cano in the fourth to leave the bases full. Up and in. Tying run on deck for the White Sox. I mentioned it earlier, Eaton with 10 home runs this year. He had only 6 career homers entering this season, so he's really found a power swing at times this year. You think of him as a guy who kind of slaps the ball around the yard, gets on base. But he's got some thunder this season. The 2-2. Just gets a piece, and Sucre a little shaken up.
He has taken a beating tonight. Right from the start of the game when he was hit on the hand with a bat. I think that one maybe went off of his toe. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah. Well, just ask Dave Valley. You cannot wear enough protective gear.
You can't have enough equipment back there.
Is chainmail available? It always finds a spot where the padding is not. Oh, Sucre, you can see what he thought about that pitch.
He thought it was strike 3 right at the top of the strike zone. Did not get the call. 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
You can see Sucre trying to frame that well. Full count, bases full. Garcia, Ramirez, Shuck all aboard. Kinsing trying to get this one to the 9th inning. The 3-2 and a bases loaded walk. Back-to-back walks.
And Lloyd McClendon out of the dugout.
That's going to be it for Kinsing. Wilhelmsen warming up in the bullpen. He's ready to go. Here comes Big Tom. We'll step aside. Bottom of the 8th, the White Sox with a little bit of a heartbeat with 2 outs. Helped out by Kensing. Well, Helmson coming on in relief with the 4-run lead. As we take a look at Big Tom.
Sure, he wasn't expecting, probably not to get into the ball game with the score at 7-2, and especially in the 8th inning. But here he is trying to get the Mariners out of some trouble. Now with that run scoring on the bases loaded walk, 7-3. For Tom on the year, 3.78 ERA, 5 saves and 5 opportunities.
Ramirez at third base. He singled aboard. Chuck, who pinch hit, drew a walk. He's now at second. Adam Eaton, the bases loaded, walked the RBI. At first, he's walked for the second time.
And we talked about it earlier in the ball game. With Saladino hitting, you have Abreu waiting on deck. Iwakuma was not able to get Saladino out. Abreu stepped to the plate and flew out to the warning track in center field. I don't think you want to try your luck again, and a good play by Sucre right there. I'm not sure how he was able to keep that in front of him. You didn't expect to see a 96-mile-an-hour fastball bounce out in front of home plate.
This has not been an easy night behind home for Jesus.
And let's not forget, we still have John Hicks at third, making his major league debut, and he never played third in the minor leagues. And a couple of right-handed hitters due up.
And things have gotten pretty tense here in this 8th inning, especially for young John Hicks.
Good fastball, did not get the call. It's right there on the inside corner.
That's a tough break, makes it 2-0. Strike that time. Another pitch close. Ground ball right side through. Ramirez scores. Chuck on his heels. He comes home and scores. Eaton first to third. Saladino breaks out of an 0-for-16 skid. He drives in two, and the White Sox are within arm's reach.
It's another fastball trying to go inside. It looks like it's a breaking ball on the outside. A little bit surprised to see Sucre set up inside on a curveball. Might have been a little bit of a mix-up there, but Abreu will get an opportunity to hit. White Sox tonight 3 for 10 with runners in scoring position.
A lot of chances. They've scored 3 runs this inning. And the man you don't want to face, here's Abreu. Did not have to face him last night with runners on. Not so lucky here. And on the season, Abreu batting .354 with runners in scoring position. Entering this one tonight. Now the closer, Robertson, starting to stir. Fouls it away to make it 1-1. Eaton drew the bases loaded walk. He went first to third. 2-run single by Saladino. Now this is power on power here. Pulled him up.
Another good pitch. Did not get the call. 12-6 curveball right at the bottom of the strike zone.
Sucre sets high. Hammered left field. Eaton scores. White Sox now within a run. Saladino first to third. Now the Beehive has been knocked around a little bit here in the 8th inning. Abreu gets out of an 0 for 9 slump.
97-mile-an-hour fastball. Sucre wanted that pitch up. It ended up at the knees, and he hits it hard into left field. No bargain walking up to the plate and Melky Cabrera.
Trace Thompson pinch running for Abreu at first. Ball 1 to Cabrera, the 9th batter here in this White Sox 8th inning. A 4-run 8th for the Sox. 2-0. Tying run, Saladino 90 feet from home. The go-ahead. Thompson running in first.
David Robertson, the closer for the White Sox, starting to get loose.
A strike there. There's Robertson. Tom's 2-1. Chopper left side. Seager now at short. Whips a throw to first base. And the Mariners, although they give away 4 runs, they escaped the 8th, holding on to the lead. Granted, with some pretty white knuckles. Lead cut to 1. Playing fantasy baseball, MLB.tv serves up real-time highlights and pitch tracking info on your out-of-market fantasy players, live or on demand on over 400 devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Get MLB.tv today. Well, suddenly some insurance run production would be nice for the Mariners. They went to the bottom of the 8th leading 7-2. They now lead 7-6. Cano looks at strike one. Giovanni Soto, the new catcher, taking over for Flowers. Shuck pinch hit for him. John Hicks almost got his first play at third base there, Blow, but it was, yeah, you know what, Kyle, you take this one.
It's all about communication, Aaron.
2-1 on Cano. Jennings taking over for Webb, who replaced Samardzija, tonight's starter for the White Sox, who went 5 2/3, gave up 5 runs, struck out 8. Mariners really got to Samardzija early. In fact, 2 batters into this ball game, the Mariners led 2-0. Seager thumped his 20th home run of the season. Sac fly by Smith would add on to make it a 3-run first. Really, Mike, tonight is an example of some games that we have seen from the Mariners, unfortunately, recently, as Petrichka is getting loose, where the offense has been there. 7 runs. You feel really good about your chances. Kind of a freak 8th inning with those 4 runs coming in for the White Sox. You didn't expect to see that, but there have been instances, happens to every team, but you get the offense on nights where you don't necessarily get the pitching.
Well, I think for this year, we've seen it a lot, and the bullpen, as you see it today, is nothing like the bullpen that we saw a year ago. Totally different personnel out there right now. I mean, you look at it, basically Carson Smith, who came up at the end of the year last year, and Tom Wilhelmsen. That's it. A lot of young arms out there.
Unproven arms.
Yes. That makes it tough.
There's no question. Long pause. Up the middle, and a base hit for Cano.
What a night.
On base for the 5th time. It's his 4th hit. 3 singles, a double, a walk, and a run scored. That brings in Seth Smith.
Well, on the bench for Lloyd McClendon, he still has Gutierrez and Montero. In the bullpen, you have Montgomery, Rollins, and Carson Smith, who he wants to stay away from.
There's Goody. What a month of August it has been for Franklin. Cano with 2 steals on the year. The eventual first pitch, a strike to Smith. Now, this game has not exactly been a case study for pace of play.
No, it hasn't. 23 hits and 13 runs on the board so far. And a bunch of walks in the middle of all of that.
A bunch of walks.
How do you feel about the most recent Avengers movie? I thought
Fans are in it, though. Iwakuma walked 4 tonight. That matched a career high, let alone a season high. Oh, pardon me, a new season high. The only other time he'd done that was back in 2012. Six walks overall tonight for Mariners pitching. 4 given out by the White Sox, so 10 total. The 1-2 to Smith. He fouls it away. You know, Mike, going back and looking at that 8th inning for the Mariners, where they grabbed 2 runs. The error by Alexi Ramirez
is big right now.
Huge.
Yes. Would have ended the inning, but they were able to tack on one more run on the ground ball by Kyle Seager as they had the shift on and Ramirez kicked it.
This game would be tied. And you think about, too, the replay that Robin Ventura won early tonight with Seager out at home, originally ruled safe.
And that was back in the 3rd inning.
It took a run off the board for the Mariners. Broken bat reaching for it. Two balls and 2 strikes to Smith. Canova singled up the middle. He's at first. Mariners trying to add on a little bit. Appeal doesn't go. Mike Everett at third base.
Logan Morrison waiting on deck. Now Jennings taking a lot of time between pitches. A lot of landscaping up on the mound. Rosenbag is worn thin at this point. Another broken bat. Saladino on his second again. Cano, and Smith is safe. They get the lead man, Smith aboard. 1 out, 1 on. Take a look at our CenturyLink What's Next, as Edgar Olmos will make his first ever major league start tomorrow. Jose Quintana getting the ball for the White Sox. Our coverage begins at 10:30 a.m. Hope you can join us.
That'll wrap up the series. A win tonight for the Mariners. We did set up a chance for a series win tomorrow before heading off to the Juice Box in Houston, Minute Maid Park.
Well, let's see if Logan Morrison can get into one. Logan with 13 home runs on the year. Had a couple of hits last night, 0 for 3 tonight.
Ball one to Lomo. And Jennings seems to be very concerned with his footing or his pant leg as comes home with a 1-0. You can't fault the fans for being passionate, Blow. Sticking through the rain, yelling through ponchos, umbrellas blowing everywhere tonight. One and two. Saladino ranging, flips from the glove, the bare hand, Ramirez out at first. Oh, what a double play.
I think they'll probably take a look at it. Trent Jewett was immediately off the bench. Lloyd McClendon asking them to hold.
We'll take a look at this one. Now, no matter how it turns out, this is a fantastic play on both ends.
A high flip and a good adjustment by Ramirez. He has a strong throwing arm. I think Logan maybe from that angle right there looks as if maybe he beat it out. Take another look at it in our Alaska Airlines Supermo.
Tough to tell there. Lomo, you can tell what he thought.
I think he beat it.
Right.
I think he beats it.
Yeah, look right there. You can see the ball impact in the back of LaRoche's glove. That's the key.
That is the key. And it looked as if his foot was clearly on the base before that happened. And Lloyd would love to send Trumbo up there, give him a chance to swing the bat. Let's see if we get a better look. See if when it hits the back of his glove. He's safe.
So Lomo is safe. And what looked to be a spectacular double play to end the inning. And for the second straight night, we see Robin Ventura come out. Yeah, he's just making a call to the bullpen.
Yeah, he's going to make a pitching change.
This has nothing to do with the play, so to speak. So the inning continues. Smith out at second, but Lomo safe on a fielder's choice. Will step aside. on in relief of Dan Jennings.
52 appearances on the year, 3.5 ERA, 43 2/3, 29 strikeouts, 16 walks. High batting average against opponents hitting .297. Giving up a couple of home runs. And he will get Mark Trumbo.
Trumbo stepping in with 2 outs and 1 on. Lomo at first base.
And it looks like the rain is back again.
Yep, you're right. As we reach the 4-hour mark here. You remember that? It's a day game. We were in Minneapolis. This actually isn't funny given how this one is going, but the Padres Mets game at Citi Field, there was a lengthy rain delay, and then the Mets tied it up, or pardon me, the Padres tied it up off the Mets bullpen late in the game with 2 outs in the 9th, and then they pulled the tarp.
Been there.
Oh. One and 1. They've never really had a downpour tonight. We had one earlier today, kind of around the batting practice hours, had there been batting practice, when the skies really opened up and we saw a heavy, hard rain. But it's kind of been this, a steady rain. But not a total downpour. Swinging up top. Soto, not a strong throw back home. He's looking at his fingertips. Or pardon me, back to the mound. Base hit up the middle. Lomo into second base. Trumbo's first hit tonight reaches for the second time.
Well, looks like he gets a breaking ball. It is on the outside corner. It is, and he hits it right back up the middle. So Logan Morrison will move down to second, get himself into scoring position. That'll bring up one of the hot hitters for the Mariners, Austin Jackson. Did not start the game, came on as a pinch hitter, picked up a base hit. So this will be his second at bat of the game. And the Mariners so far tonight 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
First pitch strike. Zucre on deck. Possible chance for Hicks to get an at bat tonight. Off the mound, Ramirez on to first base. Mariners strand 2. Can't get an insurance run as we go to the bottom of the 9th. White Sox down to their final 3 outs. Mariners by 1. Tom Wilhelmsen is on here in the 9th inning, and not much margin for error as the White Sox scored 4 times in the 8th inning. The Mariners stranded 2 in the top of the 9th. So this is a 1-run lead for Wilhelmsen to work with. It was 7-2 Mariners going into the bottom of the 8th inning, where the White Sox scored the 4 runs. Avisail Garcia to begin things. Garcia's had a nice night. 3 singles, a run scored.
Garcia, LaRoche, and Ramirez due up. And John Hicks playing close to the line at third, trying to take the double away. Again, his major league debut.
Oh, 0-1. Misses to make it a ball and a strike. Well, that was close.
And Tom has a good fastball tonight. It's topped out at 97, consistently in that 96-mile-an-hour range. We've seen a good 12-6 curveball from him, too.
Two strikes against Garcia. White Sox winning game 1. Mariners shutting out the Sox last night in game 2. Trying to hold on for a win here tonight to set up a chance for a series win tomorrow. With Edgar almost making his first ever big league start. Only his 5th appearance this year for the Mariners. Cut right through it. 96-mile-an-hour heat and a big out number 1 for Tom Wilhelmsen.
Well, Tom's going to elevate a fastball. They want it away, but it's going to end up on the inside corner above the hands. And Garcia not able to catch up to it. So LaRoche will step in. Mariners will put the shift on again. So John Hicks moving around to the right side. Don't forget Kyle Seager's also playing shortstop now.
Starts him off with ball 1. And LaRoche had 2-0. Now LaRoche is having a rough year, but he's the guy who can tie it up with one swing. He's got a track record.
And he tried it right there. Tom going with an off-speed pitch at 89 miles an hour. Didn't want to give in to him.
The 2-1. And Tom really behind now. Alexi Ramirez on deck. He's picked up a hit in each of his last 2 at-bats. Full count. LaRoche representing the tie and run. Mariners 3 runs in the first, a run in the third, another run in the fourth, 2 in the 8th. They led 7-2, and the White Sox have stormed back a 4-run 8th inning. Down to their final 2 outs. And a walk to LaRoche. Tying run aboard, the winning run coming up. And here comes Gordon Beckham. Bench getting thin for Abreu, or pardon me, for Robin Ventura. Abreu is out. He was lifted. Chris Thompson pinch ran for Abreu. Shuck pinch hit for Flowers. Soto has come in. So Beckham, the last man that was on the bench.
And Hicks staying on the line at third. Just trying to take the double away. Chris Woodward, the infield coach, putting him right there in that spot. He's the one that's been moving him around. See Kyle Seager at short, Cano out at second, Morrison at first.
High pop up in the rain. Hicks, foul ground, fair ground, makes the catch, out number 2.
And battled the rain. I was wondering if Kyle was going to call him up on it. Yeah. Kyle laughing about it now.
That's a big out number 2.
I'll take a look at it. He's going to start drifting over towards the line that has to come back to the field of play. That's a fair ball, but he makes the catch.
Looking like a third baseman. Big sigh of relief.
Well, that'll bring up Sanchez. Sanchez 1 for 4 tonight, had a double back in the third inning.
White Sox down to their final out. Sanchez the winning run. Beckham pinch running for LaRoche to tie and run at first. Well outside for ball 1. First pitch missing to each of the last 3 batters. Will Helmsley strike out Garcia to begin this bottom of the 9th. Even things up at 1 apiece. This has been a long night in the rain for both sides. Check swing, appeal, doesn't go. 3-1.
Soto, the backup catcher, waiting on deck, came into the game late.
Hopefully he will not have a chance. See Sanchez backing out there. Sucre making sure that everybody stays put. Beckham at first base, full count.
Pretty good play by Sucre. 95-mile-an-hour fastball that wasn't a strike. Sanchez swinging at it.
Now Tom now 1 pitch away from putting the final touch on a Mariners win tonight. Beckham pinch running at first to tie and run. Sanchez at the plate, the winning run. Swings and misses. Sucre will finish things off. And that is it. The Mariners hang on and they win what Mike turns out to be the second longest 9-inning game in baseball this season. The Mariners get 2 of the first 3.
And just a miserable night, raining off and on all night long. The guys looked like they were going to have a bit of a laugher, but the White Sox make it interesting when you go back to the 4 runs that they scored in the 8th inning. But the bottom line is, if you're going to be out there for that long in that kind